This is Cartoon Chat, a special edition ScreenBlast podcast. Now, here's the deal. Once a month, and of course I'm your host Bryan Swann here, once a month here on the ScreenBlast channel, we sit back and we're going to talk about animated movies, animated TV shows, shorts, any of the like, even trailers from the realm, of course, of animation. If you're listening to this on At Democracy, this is the ScreenBlast podcast. We talk about movies, we talk about TV shows, we talk about now animation, gaming, streaming, and more. And we really want this to catch up and become something big. So, of course, we would love if you could subscribe to this channel. If you could hit like on either our YouTube channel, go to our podcast services, anything of the like, but go to ScreenBlast and you will find us. Now, for today's Incredibles conversation, I'm joined, this is a double dash feature here, I'm joined by a man you can find on K9biscuits.com, the co-host of Mark and Bryan Have a Cow, Mark.
We have a new video format.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Yes, I'm wearing the appropriate shirt, and the host is not wearing the appropriate shirt.
Yeah, this will work for another thing we're going to talk about. Technically in a different feed entirely, but
okay.
You'll see that in the future. Even the helicopter loves us. Like, they're not looking for
that
us.
Was a plane, was it? Or is that?
It was I don't know. Hey, man.
No,
sounds. These are all sound effects, by the way, guys. None of this is real. Don't think this is real. But
it's AI generated.
Absolutely. So before we kick this off, and of course, if you're new and you're a ScreenBlast fan, Cartoon Chat is probably one of our older series that we're finally bringing back. Much like all of Hollywood, we're doing a resurgence, a revival of an old thing. And Cartoon Chat, we did that for years, So same deal here, right, Mark?
Yeah. So I assume everything's gonna be in this cartoon and new video format, right?
Pretty much. Outside of if we do this randomly somewhere else, then suddenly it's like, well, we might just cut back to, just voices, but this is a new format, so we'll see how far this goes. So, Mark, before we get into the Incredibles, it's hot as balls, of course, it's summertime. What is the best ice cream flavor? And, of course, guys, if you have questions, ideas, one question we're going to start off with, just email us at screenblastpodcast@gmail.com, and we'll drop it in the pod.
I know Splatoon had, a thing for that recently.
They did? That's right.
It
Yeah.
was, friggin'
pistachio?
No, it was chocolate. No.
Wasn't it?
It was vanilla. No. I know for some reason one of the flavors wasn't chocolate. I forgot it. I forgot what it was, but I just know Splatoon had a thing.
Well, what is your thing?
Huh?
What is your thing?
Between strawberry or strawberry coffee or chocolate chip mint.
Coffee. Interesting.
I'm gonna go with coffee. I like the I like a taste a good gelato coffee flavored ice cream. I just like the taste of coffee. I've got some iced coffee right now.
Yeah, that's true. I'm gonna be honest. That's a flavored coffee though. You're talking if you're talking generic coffee flavor, I can't do that. Generic coffee flavor, you might as well just not even give me ice cream.
What would you think generic? Is black coffee?
Yeah,
I don't think I would eat ice cream.
That's what I'm saying. If it's just black coffee,
I don't think that exists.
I'm sure it has to, right? Regular coffee. Because if you're saying
generic coffee flavor tastes like a very sweet, coffee that that's already been stirred with sugar and.
I think that's an added feature, right?
No.
Because
it's already sweet. Ice cream is already a dairy product. So.
You would have to literally make ice cream worse if you want it to be a generic, just coffee, coffee grounds, the flavor, you'd have to make ice cream more. Look, honestly, vanilla to me. Vanilla is so perfect because you can mix anything in. It's a really good default flavor, right? Back in the day when Burger King gave us 50-cent ice creams, vanilla.
Yeah, sometimes I just feel for a vanilla thing, sometimes I just want a vanilla cupcake, and I don't always want to move for a chocolate cupcake.
Yeah.
Vanilla is still good.
100%.
I remember there's a show that used to be on Netflix. I think it's on Disney Plus now, but it's when they're older Marvel.
The
shows.
Vanilla Wars.
No, Iron Fist. The boss brought his lackey. It was a scene where the boss brought his lackey in, and he was just felt in a good mood. So it was like, hey, he's a rich boss, by the way. He's like the main villain of the show. And like he was like, hey, I got all these ice cream flavors you want. What you want? What you're in the mood for? We got vanilla. No, it's not vanilla. We got mint chocolate chip. We got chocolate. We got strawberry. What are you in the mood for? And like the lackey was like, do you have any vanilla? and he was, and like the boss was just like,
how dare you?
And then he started beating him up and kill him.
Oh my God!
He didn't have
Jesus.
That was
Jesus
a funny
Christ!
Scene. I have to show you that like on a different pod. Like I'll have to.
He kills him. He kills him.
It's such a funny scene
because
he just fucking gives up. He's like,
oh my God. Hey, you know what? Hey, you know what else is vanilla? Incredibles 2.
It was a totally amazing battle. My dad was like, boom, 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 boom. But Cinder was like, kaboom. So I used my super speed. But then my sister Violet's like, Dash, save me. Baboom. So I zip in and bada boom! And that's how I beat Cinder.
Really? Is that how it happened?
Hey!
At McDonald's, you can get an incredible Happy Meal with one of 8 toys from The Incredibles, a new Disney presentation of a Pixar film.
Hey, go force field!
So we're moving on. Let's talk about, before we talk about Incredibles as well, let's set the stage. Let's set the platter
sorry
here.
to interrupt you, but like, I don't think Incredibles 2 was vanilla. I think
Did I say Incredibles like 2 just now?
Yeah, you said it's vanilla Incredibles 2.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely.
I don't think it's vanilla. I think it has a lot going. We're not going to talk about it today.
Well, you're talking.
I think it has a lot going on, but that's the problem with it.
Yeah, like I said with vanilla ice cream, you can add they added too much to the vanilla.
Yes.
Like the vanilla was fine, and then they added too much, which is why Incredibles 2 is vanilla. It's like it is the perfect example of vanilla because it is too much on top of what it should be.
Well, we'll talk briefly on Incredibles 2, like on a
that's not. There's
podcast,
no urgency.
We'll do a full length one, and like, probably in the coming months or whatever.
No. If this becomes successful enough, I promise you, if this becomes successful enough, you're gonna have to vote for us to do Incredibles 2, because that was so high in despair. But that is all I'm gonna say about Incredibles 2. I'm dead serious. That's all I'm gonna say. So, on a good note, by the way, on a very good note, since we were returned to the days in which Incredibles 2 was sad and depressing, let's talk about Pixar up to the point of the first Incredibles. Right? I think this. You need to mention, because today Pixar's been around. Pixar is a very relevant, very iconic brand. It's like Toyota in the 80s. Like Toyota in the 80s was more new to the American market. Pixar at the turn of the century was new to audiences, and all you knew was that they were a reliable thing to watch with your family. And it was just hit after hit after hit at a time when 2D animation was being phased out and a lot of studios were chasing the 3D realm. And Pixar was the one that was super ahead of the curve. You had Toy Story, which dropped in 95, A Bug's Life, Toy Story 2, Monsters, Inc., and then Finding Nemo. And you could say all 5 of those are very good. A Bug's Life is probably the only one that doesn't stand the test of time when it comes to relevance. Not story, but relevance. It's the lightest one, but like it's still a great Pixar movie. It's probably like even better than some of their modern stuff. I feel
like that that comes out after Incredibles.
Right.
So, the streak from up to this point, up to 2004, is still fucking A1 steak.
It's literally after Incredibles where it takes a left turn. It's so funny how like that.
It's not that bad of a left turn, but then the left turn stays consistent. I think after what, Ratatouille.
After Up, because you can see the slate. You can see the slate here. What
came before Cars 2? Because that's when it started.
Well, remember, it was Cars 2 and then Brave came out, I think, after Cars 2, right? So you had 2 of those movies. Brave isn't bad, by the way. But it's just...
A lot of their movies aren't bad.
No, not in the slightest. They're just...
I haven't seen any Cars movies except for the first one, so I can't speak on the Cars.
Again, you don't need to watch 2. And again, you're going to have to vote for us to watch Cars 2 if it gets to that point. We can do a review of Cars 2 if it gets to that point. There is no way that we will casually watch Cars 2 for the...
You know, I know some karate. I don't want to brag or nothing, but I got me a black fan belt. There he is!
For the fun of it. Because it's not fun. That is a waste of time. I need my money back. If I wish I had the time and the money back of investing into Cars 2.
Wait, I'm not allowed to watch Cars 2 for fun?
You can.
But you just said.
I said...
I know what I said!
I know.
That's a reference to the movie.
Yes, indeed. But I know you're upset.
I was upset. I'm not.
What?
I don't want to watch Cars 2 right now.
I'm so excited. You got popcorn
that was
ready.
A joke. Don't take me seriously. I don't want to watch fucking Cars 2.
See, that was another reference. I know you're upset. Anyway, but like we were saying, hit after hit after hit. Again, Cars 2, very good. I mean, Cars, Jesus. You had my fucking, just everything brain twisted. Toy Story 2, great sequel. Monsters, just original properties. That's what you think about when you think about Pixar in the early 2000s, is original properties that are just killing it. In terms of their story, the fact that CG animation at the time was still new. By 2004 standards, you had DreamWorks in the game, you had Blue Sky in the game, but they were not doing what Pixar was doing, which is why they were thought of as the fucking king for probably 15 years straight.
Was Blue Sky's first movie Ice Age, or
yes,
was it something else?
They had a short named Bunny, but before that's it.
Ice Age wasn't critically acclaimed, but
yeah.
I think that movie made fucking bank.
Yeah. No, that's why we have 5 sequels, Mark. Yeah. Like that. Why do you think there's 5 sequels if I say? Because it didn't make money? Yeah, no.
I mean,
there's a reason.
It's weird because, after Disney bought Fox, they have, Ice Age is $1 million property.
Well, they did something with it, remember? They did that one thing, and it went, I think, to Disney Plus.
Yeah, but they didn't, but they didn't get, the original voice actors. They didn't really advertise.
They didn't give a fuck about Blue Sky either, because if you remember, Blue Sky got completely canned once it was in there.
I think there was some lawsuit going on with Scrat or something like that, too, that they lost.
So stupid.
I'm curious. I need to look more into that.
I'm gonna be honest. As much as I love Scrat, if your fucking mascot is more annoying than a minion, he was charming. He was adorable, but he was more annoying than a minion to me.
No, he wasn't more annoying, but he was overused.
That too.
I found his,
and that's weird. That's crazy.
Whenever I saw those movies, I found his antics funny. I don't really cringe. They're a fun break whenever you're watching from the main story. Whenever you're watching any of those Ice Age movies. I always found them fun, but they were way overused.
Yes,
way overused.
But
and at a certain point, is I was hoping they'd become more involved with the plot.
Right.
I get that the gimmick is they're separate from the plot and they kind of tie in very limitedly together. But it's just shoe them in with the other guys, or just not have him at all.
What I'll say is, if for you to say that he's more overused than Minions tells you something, though. Because Minions are fucking everywhere in Illumination. They got to get in front of the fucking Mario movie.
I think currently Minions are more overused than Scrat, but
well, that's because Scrat's done.
The thing is about Scrat's bits, his bit got old because they used it so much. The Minions bits are just not funny.
No.
Or just not that funny. It's
I know
you'll have some decent ones here and there. I remember there were some things in the only Minions movie I saw was Despicable Me 2 and Minions 2. Which some
good choices, by the way.
There are some bits that are funny, but then there's some bits this is not funny. This is cringe.
Right.
And also I've been on that Universal ride that wasn't very funny either. It's the Minions are just they just fall down. They just get smacked up around, and it doesn't kill them because they're invincible cartoons.
That's right.
And it's just annoying bits where they barely speak English.
I will say, I don't mind them too much. There's a point, but I don't mind them. particularly, I would love to see if I'm sure on YouTube someone's made a compilation of all of the intros with the Minions. That's kind of fun. That's kind of like the Pixar. Because to me, I put that at the level of the Pixar fucking lamp. I wish the lamp would do a little more goofy things sometimes, just because it would be a little fun.
Yeah.
So I do appreciate when they're doing it, as long as it doesn't drag too long. That's my thing.
The thing about the scrap bits is like it's literally a fucking Looney Tune. It's literally a Looney Tune.
Yep.
But the thing about it is like, it's like I said, it's overplayed and you see too much of it. I mean, it'd be nice if like you see like if it was like a little short in the beginning of the movie, and it'd probably show up until like the very end. But it's like what I think of the Wile E. and Roadrunner cartoons, even the old ones, because like you're not supposed to watch a bunch of them back to back because they get old after a while.
Right.
Because like there's these compilation movies of Looney Tunes. Like I think like you ever see like those like Looney Tune movies back when Cartoon Network had the Cartoon Network Theater?
Ah, man, dude.
Yeah,
yes,
and it was like Daffy Duck,
that's some
Quack
classic
Busters, or like the Bugs Bunny movie. It was like wasn't a real movie. It's just a collection.
No,
of movies.
they were just collections, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I think one of them was just like a bunch of Wile E. Coyote and Roadrunner cartoons back to back to back to back. And, you know, all those cartoons individually are funny. Those gags are funny. But, like, you just get tired out after a while.
Absolutely.
And it's like, you're not supposed to watch it that way.
No.
And that's what Sprat is.
Yeah, there's oversaturation at a certain point, naturally. That's going to happen, you know? Yeah, so, yeah. But going back over, you know, like, Pixar, and this conversation is the perfect thing, like, is the perfect point. Pixar, you're not having that conversation. You're not talking about Scrat. You're talking about the fact that their movies are fucking invincible. They are fantastic. They're rewatchable. They were the best thing in animated cinema from a CG animation perspective. And so, you know, going into 2004, I mean, you can't think of anything better. And again, I'm too young to recall. You know, you were born in, like, what, mid-90s. I was born in 97. So, in terms of that point, like, I'm too young to remember Incredibles up to the theatrical run. But I remember the after effect. I've watched it probably so many, like, over 24 times at this point. Like, I know the after effect. I know how good it is. So let's talk about Incredibles. The movie.
I'm the Dash.
Yeah, and I'm the dad.
Profile, dash, superpower, speed, weakness, big sisters.
Disney presents a Pixar film, The Incredibles, on DVD today.
You are slightly older than me. At that point, you would have been like 8 going on 9 by the time this movie came out. Do you recall really the hype around it, or is it more just the gigantic value of this movie?
It's the value of this movie because I remember what made me into a Pixar fan was like I already loved Toy Story 2 and Monsters Inc. And A Bug's Life, but I've seen like Toy Story 2 and Monsters Inc. a lot. And what turned me into a Pixar fan was Finding Nemo for sure, and I would replay that DVD endlessly. I love that freaking movie. It made me love cartoons and commentaries. That movie, Finding Nemo, had a great commentary where it's like they would show clips of like the production stuff in between the movie. And I wish, I wonder if there's like more DVDs that have that. I wish more DVDs would just do that.
There are more DVDs, but they're in 2004, 2003, 2002. That's where they are.
Though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're not in the present.
Yeah, Link.
No one cares about us in the present in DVD release. You want commentary?
Now all that shit is just YouTube videos.
Yes. Now it's just a bunch of video essayists.
Yeah.
Here's what we heard from an interview. That's it.
Well, like, yeah, when in the beginning of that coming soon section,
yes,
I would always see the trailer to the first Incredibles, and it's like I love that first trailer. We're gonna play it later. I think we can get away with playing it.
Is that the one where? So here's the thing.
I made some rice cakes.
So funny enough, the trailer to me that I always think about is the one where they're zooming through the city.
And it's like from the creators of Monsters Inc., Toy Story, and Finding Nemo.
Yeah, that's the one that I think about all the time.
Yeah, but like, I just remember that that teaser, and I was just so excited because like I didn't care that it was a superhero movie. I wasn't too big on comic books and superheroes.
Well, there weren't many at the time anyway. It was just Spider-Man
anyway. We're gonna get into
Spider-Man
that.
2.
That's a major subject of that. Too.
Same over here. I got a lot of topics
it's like,
on that.
and but like it was another Pixar movie, and it's like whatever Pixar makes, it's gold.
Yes.
I want it.
Yes.
And like I got the DVD. I didn't see this in theaters because either my parents were lazy or cheap to take me to the theater to see this.
You heard it here first, guys. Lazy or cheap.
But I mean,
find out the answer on K9
as
Biscuits.
a grown up,
K9biscuits.com.
As a grown up, I'm a theater fanatic. I prefer to see any movie if I can see it on the big screen.
Yeah,
I will go to that theater. I prefer to see it that way.
I feel you. Agreed.
Yeah.
Again, that was the whole dilemma. We're not going to spend much time on this, but on COVID, that was the whole dilemma. Is we're getting all these fucking movies that we wish we could have seen on the big screen, and it's
I missed that so much during COVID.
Yes.
Like when the theater was like freaking failing because there was getting no hit movies,
yes,
or like whatever movies they get, it was on streaming anyway. They would just like have old movies in there, and I finally watched Jurassic Park for the first time in a theater, and I was so happy I get to do that. I remember my first time seeing Matrix was the 30th anniversary, 20th anniversary release in the theater, and it just like it was a perfect experience.
Absolutely golden, man. Again, they need to do more of that, but Disney is not interested in re-releasing old movies, except for Avatar, because why not?
I'm glad I saw it in the theater too.
Yeah. So
in 3D.
In 3D.
They really released it in 3D, and like, because I would not appreciate that movie I saw on my TV in 2D.
I rewatched Incredibles. I got like midway through, then I stopped watching it. But I watched Incredibles 2 on Disney Plus. It was fine. It's good background material. It's not. It's like all right. Like,
on its own, it's like a fine movie.
Yeah.
As an Incredibles sequel, it's extremely disappointing.
Oh, you're talking about Incredibles. I thought you were talking about Avatar still. I'm talking Avatar 2.
I thought you said Oh, you said Avatar 2?
Yeah, I said I watched Avatar 2.
I heard Incredibles, and I heard 2.
Well, Mark, there's a big
2.
thing of Incredibles down here on the screen. So clearly it's taking up all of our attention. That's the whole reason. Anyway.
We'll fucking get into Incredibles 2 later. Short term, though. Not long term.
Yes.
Short term.
Yes.
But, we'll get into Incredibles 2 later. But fucking The Incredibles, where do you want to start with this?
So, The Incredibles released, of course, November 5th. 2004. It's almost 20 years old. In fact, maybe we'll do a vote off this time next year if we should celebrate Incredibles 1 by watching Incredibles 2. But that's going to be a vote because, again, fuck Incredibles 2. But it made $631 million.
Do you watch Incredibles 2, this other movie, or cancel the show? And it's like, let's cancel the show.
It's going to be garbage. Like, the list is going to be garbage. I'm not going to put, anything good on that list. But it made a fuck ton of money. Directed by Brad Bird, who has gone on to make very good movies and some mid movies, as a movie that I just mentioned.
I wanted to do some more research, but I know, before this, I think the movie he made before this was Iron Giant.
Yes.
And even though that didn't make any money, it was very critically acclaimed. People who watched it loved it.
Yeah, no,
so I'm pretty sure it got unpopular with the anime. So I don't know what's his relationship with the people at Pixar and how he got into Pixar. I wish I had the time to read about that.
He just seemed like a guy that has a lot of ideas. When you look at those deleted scenes and he's talking about those, it's like you can tell he has concepts.
He knows what the fuck he's doing.
Yes, he has ideas and executions that he wants to make, and I think that final point on Incredibles 2, until we get to the end of the movie, that's why I think he had an idea back in 2005, and he was ready to do it, but because it took so long, that idea was just melded into something garbage. But, that's why you gotta strike while the iron's hot. You can't just wait fucking 12 years and then fucking do it again. But either way, let's talk about this movie. I'm going to do a couple of cuts here, so don't mind me. So, by the way, we're going to go through this movie overall, guys. Just sort of, not in total, not the whole, we don't have to go through the whole stretch if you don't want to, but there's so many good things about this movie. Overall, what I would say is, it's just great.
Screenshots, and these are screenshots I want for the highlights I want to talk about.
Yeah, that's the thing, is the highlights, I was typing out highlights. I literally put iconic moments, and I kept typing. Like, I kept typing. Like, there's so many points that I wrote.
He's still typing, folks. Stop.
So, what do you think about this? So, I think, when you talk about The Incredibles, the thing that I always think about with Incredibles is it's so efficient in its character development, in telling you what these characters are like, in the way that it just presents everything. It is efficient. Not one scene is unnecessary. Everything is explained well, and you get the point from the very beginning all the way through to the end.
So, like, the movie, I like the movie. It doesn't start out like actiony. Like, you think, like, for a movie that's about superheroes, it would start off like some kind of mission, or like with some action, or boom, pow, bang, like loud scene. But no, it just starts off very slow, and this is an unpredictable opening. Like, even like if I was to, like, I don't know, like, have like kind of like a get old and have Alzheimer's, you ask me like how The Incredibles starts, I still probably forget it starts this way. Like, because this is an unpredictable ending. It's a really good ending, and it shows you that, like, how real the characters are.
Yes.
Like, and like what I like about this opening, it's very it tells you, like, what the characters think their future is going to be, because we are only, like, in the past. Like, this, everything in the opening until we get to the family, the whole family, is like 15 years ago.
Is it that early?
I think
it has to be, because
it was either 10 years.
No, it has to be because the teenager is a teenager.
Yeah, it was either 15 years later or 10 years later.
It has to. Yeah, no, you're right.
It was 15 years later.
You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like, this is like 15 years ago.
Because Violet is a teenager, so yeah, that would have to be 15.
It was 15 years ago.
Yeah.
And let me find I'll find it for later. But,
so,
like,
yeah, if you can just, they're oozing super confidence, and it's just of the moment that they are just in their prime, and it's so awesome.
But they're talking about how they're going to be the opposite of what they want, because Bob is talking about settling down, while Helen is talking about, no, I'm never going to stop.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be in the league with the big dogs, and I'm not going to let the men do just do all the superheroing. And Frozen is talking about how he's just going to be a ladies' man. Where Bob, he has the worst time adjusting to, like, settling down and being a family man.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
Has the easiest time just adjusting down and just like leaving the superhero life. And fucking Frozen is tied down.
I don't think it's necessarily that she's fine or she has the easiest. But I think that she's in a situation where she has to keep the ship afloat. She does a really good job, like, balancing it all out.
That is the parallel. She has the easiest time adjusting
to easiest compared to, I feel.
Yeah, but also that's.
Well, I don't think easiest or just working it out. I don't know. Because that's still like a tough. We're all playing vocabulary games.
I'm just telling you it's easiest because I listened to the commentary, and that's what Bradford said.
That might be what he implies. She still has to raise the whole family, essentially. While he's at work and working man.
Oh yeah.
Like, I don't know. That's all. Anyway, but yeah, like you said, like.
Go by Bradford's words, all right.
All right, the director's words. But
he's God.
I do think that it is a great point that they are absolutely inverse in the beginning, and that is a note. By the way, she uses a quote. I think her quote comes back at the end of the movie. I noted that down. Like, there's a lot of this where it's like inverse all the way, and it applies the entire time. It is so good. It is a foreboding that is well executed. Right. So I'm going to not jump forward in story, but I'm going to jump forward in.
Go ahead. Yeah.
This point.
There's another one to talk about. It's like the fucking cat abuse, the shaking of the cat out of the tree violently.
Yeah. So of course the intro that we talked, the prelude that we talked about, starts off and it ends, and it's like, I don't think so. And I love how the way it ends. It's like, I don't think so, and then it cuts to the intro. Front to down. Like, really good job. And you get straight into this chase sequence.
Then it gets straight up loud right there.
Yes, it gets really loud. The momentum is all just focused on this chase. Again, you get this really good Bruce Wayne Batman moment with Mr. Incredible.
Also, it's like the thing about this movie is, like, because like at that moment, because you see like all the sets and stuff.
Yes.
And it's like this looks different from every other Pixar movie because like this is like a completely different stylized. It's not colorful. It's not fluffy because like, but between Toy Story, Bug's Life, Finding Nemo, and Monsters Inc., you can easily assume they take place in the same world.
That's a good point.
But if you were to look at this movie, it's like, no, this is not close to the same universe.
Yeah.
Like, I could not see Sully just walking around this universe. I can probably see Sully coming out of a closet and finding Nemo, but not here.
There's a lot of great world build. If he did, he's doing it obviously through a portal and that whole thing. But
the Pixar theory.
Yeah, but you can tell there was a lot of world building here to make it very unique, which again is another thing that makes it, of the time, one of the greatest Pixar movies. It's just you're immersed in this new environment that is based in like this 50s, this very cool 50s, we're gonna catch him, see, we're gonna fight him, we're gonna do this, and we're heroes, like that type of style, and it's so cool, like everything about it is just classic superhero era.
Yeah, to talk about this movie like as a whole real quick, it's like this is like the most standout, well even still, this is still the most standout Pixar has ever been, because like even up to this point, this is not a colorful kids movie, this is like on the verge of like PG-13 almost too. There's like death is just like mentioned and showed casually in this movie. Yeah, it's like there are casualties. The only like moment of death in any Pixar movie before this is probably A Bug's Life.
I was going to say Toy Story 2 when
not really, like people get tortured.
I think the darkest scene is probably either Monsters Inc. or Sid in Toy Story 1. Before this,
people in Toy Story get tortured. They don't die.
But they don't die. But I'm saying for the audience.
I know, but like I'm talking about like death, actual death, and not for the villains.
Right.
Just like for people. I mean, like that no capes part. It's just like they're casually mentioned. Like people died here.
Yes.
People died in this universe.
Yes.
And like, this is because like what Brad Bird is like directing. He is directing a live action movie. He is not the way this movie is made. This is not like in your average animated movie.
No,
it's like he's directing a live action movie and it's just like animated to have like unique voices and character designs, like King of the Hill. Like there's no need for that to be animated, but like it benefits from the animation because you get unique character designs with character designs and expressions along with the unique voices.
That's a good point.
So like it's just like this is like extremely different from everything else Pixar made, and even to this day, it still feels different from
it's on
all the other Pixar's catalog. And this does not fit in. It still is like stands out, like from this world in general, just stands out from every other Pixar movie.
Yeah, Brad Bird brought his style into Pixar because if you look at Iron Giant and you look at Incredibles, they both have that very similar color palette of the time that they're supposed to be based in, which is mid-20th century. You know what I mean? Like this mid-20th century, almost just, they're going after that color tone, and it works very well for this film. Again, like you get the set design, you get everything that feels like it's straight out of that time point, and it just immerses you in. Every time I watch it, the minute that you get into that chase sequence, you're all in. And again, and one of the things that you find that's very great about this first chase sequence is you get a lot of understanding about what Mr. Incredible, who he is, because, very similar to what we see is an issue in Across the Spider-Verse, in terms of just the narrative is, he's having trouble with the fact that he thinks he can do both. Mr. Incredible, he can do both. He wants to, he's never too big for the small moments. And you see that in that moment. He will find a way to do something small while trying to help out in a bigger situation. But he doesn't forget about that small situation. He doesn't just zoom by on purpose. Because he could have just found a way to zoom by. But the movie sticks it out as a point that this is Mr. Incredible at his peak.
And I love his cockiness of like he has somewhere to go, like because he's going to a wedding, but like every little thing comes up and he's just like, I got time. And like we can all relate to that. I do that a lot when I'm messing with the podcast stuff, and it's like, I got time. We were just doing that earlier before we started this podcast.
Absolutely.
Like, we got time. We got time. Oh crap, we've been.
It's 1 a.m. Fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah. We got But yeah, man, it's the balancing act of, because you feel like if you haven't seen that, even after watching this 100 times, the tenseness of like, is he gonna get this fucking cat out of the tree? Is the chase gonna zoom by? Like, you feel it. You feel the movie, like trying to,
clingy claws.
The cat is clingy. He gets it, flips it, boom, right.
That cat should be in shock.
Yes, should be in shock.
And like, it shouldn't have not like landed in that old lady's like arms neatly. Like if my cat landed on me that way, it'd be like clinging to me like shit.
Yes, it would not have been a comfortable thing. But Mr. Incredible saves the day, stops the chase as well, which they probably would be dead because of the speed they were going, but stops the chase as well. And you have this very good wrap up. Now he then goes and keeps it moving. It's like, then he gets back into the car and fucking Incrediboy shows up, and this guy will always stay around in this movie.
You do not break into other people's cars and just like assume you're a part. Like, this is like,
but he's a super fan.
Imagine if like I was really impressed by like something a cop does.
Yeah.
And it's like, man, I want a cop too. So I just casually just like open a cop's car like back car door. And I just go in there and like, okay, let's bust some crimes. And the cop's like, what the fuck are you doing in the car?
Yeah, I just love the look on, they perfectly emote Mr. Incredible. What the fuck are you doing here? Get out of this car.
And also, he's a kid, and like, is his parents not watching him? Because like, he is going into strangers' cars.
Yes.
For all he could know, like, he's lucky Mr. Incredible's a nice guy, because when he's the type of guy who like likes children and takes advantage of his fan base.
Yes. This is like perfect. You could imagine like Captain America doing this. Like, you could imagine like if this was fucking Chris Evans. He basically is. He's the Superman trope kind of guy. But it's like he's just tired. Like, what the fuck are you doing? And you got basically young Tony Stark over here, just doing everything he fucking can to fucking bug. Look, I can help you. I can. He's fucking annoying. But you understand. Like, he's a fan because fucking kids would do that if fucking Iron Man was real.
Yeah.
Like, that would happen. So I understand, but he was fucking annoying. Of course, you have...
I wanted to talk about that one because I was just... that was just a bullet point of mine. It's like, that guy pulled a gun on Mr. Incredible, so I'm like... Elastigirl punches him, like, she comes from the side of the screen and punches him.
Yeah.
That dude knocks him out. We don't know Incredible's suit, to this point, is actually bulletproof. Like, what... it had me thinking, like, what he was gonna do during this situation? Would he just like move fast enough, or
maybe it's
gonna like take it? Is his skin durable enough to like not get too much damage from a bullet? I guess.
I mean, he is at his peak, number one, but number two, you wonder if I show that I'm super confident, even if you have a gun, does that lessen the fact that you shoot it? You know what I mean? Like, hey, look at me, I'm walking up, and I don't give a fuck. Like, give me the purse, I don't care. Like, that's the type of attitude you get, or, like, just emotion you get from Mr. Incredible in this scene. It's like, I don't really care, man. Like, fuck you. Give me the purse. You're doing some fucking crummy shit. Like, I need to get on with my day. You know what I mean? Like, that's the energy. I think if you give that energy, and it's not like, whoa, hey, oh no, oh Jesus. You know what I mean? Like, that's the difference.
Yeah. I'll have me screenshots of, like, the French dude, the crime scene of the French dude, but, like, I do like it's like the classic villainy. It's just a stereotype, like that. It's just a stereotype, like classic comic books, like classic comic villains. But like, and that scene we learned that, like,
I'm trying to remember his name. God damn it.
Huh?
I'm trying to remember his name.
Von Voyage.
Von Voyage. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. That's
and
so
like,
good.
That seems because like we found out that Buddy can actually. He like invented like power boots.
Right. So before you get to that, we have of course this very adorable scene between. You already know they're going to get together, but it's like a very beautiful, like, just romantical scene about, like, they know what's about to happen later. Like, they're about to literally get married, like, that night. And it's like, she's just playing around, like, hey, like, I can be flexible. And he's like, what are you doing later? And he's like, well, I've got...
Flexible.
Right. And it's like, what are you doing later? And, she's like, I've got a prior engagement.
And, like, he just watches her as she just, like, stretches across the buildings.
Yes.
And I'm just, like, thinking, like, in Mr. Incredible's mind is like, the things I can do with that body.
I'm gonna be honest, like, obviously old Elastigirl everyone already loves. Young Elastigirl, I forgot how attractive she looks. They really, like, if you see her, once he gets punched and they kept in the camera turn. That's why I wish you had the visual. Like, I don't know why people don't like fucking age 30s or 20s. Mrs. Incredible. But yeah, she moves on.
That's a nice night with the Incredibles. My old friend's paper towel.
So you also get Frozone as well. That's what's cool. He flies. He's dealing with his own situation, and he's like, "Don't you have something? Something?" And Mr. Incredible.
Be busy.
He's like,
don't.
So,
I got time.
So you see them, and it's great. You see them all in their fucking prime. Like, it's so cool. I will say the one thing that you think that you start to realize upon rewatch is they really were trying to get through this, not quickly per se, but they do it in such an efficient way, because literally right after Frozone comes through, then he turns, I think. He just turns, and the guy's jumping, and time fucking flies by. So it's not like there's not...
Oh, you can cut to the next one, actually.
Like, not a lot happens, but like he's in the same set. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like, hey, I'm moving around.
It's like beautifully like shot, because you have the helicopter spotlight on him as he's falling.
Yes.
It's like beautifully staged.
Yes, but I'm saying like the whole transition from Elastigirl leaves, Frozone flies, like goes by with his ice, and immediately after it's the sun's going. They did such a good job of the sun's going down as she's moving, while she's moving away, while Frozone's moving away. So you don't even think about the fact that time is moving, and then you get the spotlight. You wouldn't think about, like, why is this all happening in the same spot? But it is happening in the same spot. Then he the random victim jumps, he saves him, right in the building across, basically. And we get Bon Voyage, or whatever.
Oh, go to the next one. So, go before that. I like how...
I mean, this is a weird one. I don't know. I don't know. That's a weird screenshot.
Well, why is it weird?
I'm going back
to
this
explain to me why it's weird.
Because this is why he got the lawsuit. Look at that. It's not about getting injured.
And not Buddy.
Look at that.
And not having Buddy in his car.
Oh my god. Yeah, no, Buddy he didn't do anything to Buddy, but look at this. Look at his face. Look at the fucking angle. My god, what a screenshot.
I wasn't thinking about that when I took the screenshot. What I was thinking about is, like, I like how, because he's cocky and he's like, I think you broke my neck. And he was like, what time in therapy you'll learn to thank me.
Yeah.
Because I like how cocky he's still...
Therapy.
Because Mr. Incredible is not heroically confident. He's like cocky confident. He's a dick almost.
Oh no, he's right on that edge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I just like his remark that way. Like, he's not like
get over it.
Yeah. Well, he's not like
I saved you. Get the fuck over it.
He's not a self-centered jerk.
No.
But like sometimes his confidence leaves him blind to like the way other people are like feeling. Yeah.
Yes. Now, not that he would expect what's coming up in the future, but the fact that it's not like, hey, all right, let me get you down. But he also just recognizes that something's happening in the building, and it's like I said, it's a Bon Voyage, and also unfortunately fucking Incroyable Mr. Incredible or whatever. So they're both there. He's trying to balance the fact that he wants to save, he wants to get Bon Voyage, I keep fucking mixing his name, while simultaneously like, hey kid, get the fuck out of here, this is actually genuinely serious. So this is a moment where you actually see that he cares, he's actually genuinely worried about it, he doesn't want this kid
switch the slide.
in trouble. Yeah, but you don't have anything after this, that's after the train sequence.
Okay, yeah.
So yeah, I looked ahead, shut the fuck up. But this is where like you get all of his again, this movie does it so efficiently, because when it's a serious moment, he's like, kid, get the fuck out of here, like, and you can see the look on his face, and then also you see once the bomb is attached, he is super fucking worried. He's like, if I don't stop this, obviously he blows up, and he's not super confident about like that. You can see like he's alert, he's worried he's gonna miss fucking what's his name, Bucky or whatever the fuck, Buddy. He feels like he might miss catching up to him before his rocket boots fly off. So I think it's a really good fucking job, and it also does a good job transitioning. Because number one, you can't save everyone, and like number one, you can't save everyone. You can't get all the bad guys. You know, your job only goes so far. You're doing a fucking A+ job, but it also shows that you can't save everyone at once. You can't do everything all at once. You can't do everything by yourself. And you know, he gets the bomb off, but it drops onto the train sequence, which I think the same year you had Spider-Man 2 with the train sequence. So very funny. Very similar to...
I forgot to... I didn't have any time to do any research, but what superhero movies were out around this time?
So again, if you're... So I'll bring this up later, because when we get to the legislation stuff, that's very... You know, that's very much like not covered very often in other movies, but you had Spider-Man. The biggest ones are you had the Spider-Man franchise and you had the X-Men franchise. Those were the two big ones. You can bring up a bunch of other movies, but overall those were the most valuable ones. I think Batman Begins came out around this time, if not after.
Okay, so I'm looking up. Yeah, the first major Fantastic Four film comes out a year after this.
That's right.
And this is a Fantastic Four movie.
Yes, absolutely. And they took it a whole different direction. Fox took it a whole different direction. But
I know. I just want to say I mentioned this is the one that comes next year is the first major Fantastic Four movie. There was one that came out in like the fucking 80s or something, but it's not important.
Right. Now, by the way, again, this is just stuff that you don't expect. And I wish that I had a memory wipe where I could not see this movie and I could then see it again, because you don't know where the story is going. You know that if you watch the trailer, you know a family's involved, and you know that like these are the first components of the family, but you don't expect, okay, he stops the train, very heroic. He saves a guy from falling from a building, very heroic. You do not expect that the next thing that happens, and we'll bring up the marriage in a sec after, but you don't expect that a fucking lawsuit comes in after the fact. You know what I mean?
I'm sorry, I just want to talk about the concept of like, you want to erase your memory of this movie and like rewatch, so you can rewatch it again. So what if like, do you want to keep like all the memories of the movies you watched afterwards?
So
like,
that's right. That's
like,
so yes. That's what I was going to bring.
Right. Wow, this movie's just a fucking rip-off.
That's what I was going to bring up. That's what I was definitely going to bring up. Where Jesus, I wrote so much.
Because like sometimes I wish I could do that, but then I think about like, wait, what about all the movies I watched after that? I probably think about this movie's not that good because it's like either I've seen things that copied but did better and shit.
So yeah, so like again, like I think like so I wrote down, if you were to show a kid or an adult this movie today, there's a lot to still love, you know. But many other movies, especially in the comic space, have taken pieces of The Incredibles.
Oh yeah, Marvel movies like for fuck ton.
Yes, like for instance, the lawsuit superheroes being put under some enforcement. Like for instance, that was like holy shit. Like now I know comics have done this, but people aren't fucking reading comics. Not a lot of people are reading fucking comics.
Yeah,
so
we're talking about
like at the movies.
In terms of like the movie going audience, like, you can just say the movie going.
The movie going right. The movie going audience.
It's like some of them don't like read comics. So
right. So like
this is all new stuff, new material.
Yeah, so superheroes being put into the situation where they have to face some major responsibility and are put under like government enforcement. Like the MCU did that with Civil War, DC did that with Batman v Superman. So if you showed a kid this today, it's like unless you're showing them this first, they're not really going to get the picture, right? And at the time, the only other hero movie that was doing this kind of thing was like the X-Men franchise. That was the only one really delving into like deeper conversations about, you know, superheroes in the real world dealing with like repercussions. The first one came out in 2000. The second one came out either that previous year or that year. But both of them do a really good job of dealing with the fact that humans and superheroes would have to exist in a combined state and what the repercussions would be at a certain point. And I think that this movie sets a really good precedent that again, like you think about now, it's like so many superhero movies have come out that have just done these ideas now, that this movie is not unique in that sense anymore, but it was revolutionary for its time, in the way that it handled it on the big screen, especially as an animated movie on top of that, for a superhero animated movie. A+ for that. But you know,
what I like about the scene is one of the newspapers that flies by is should have captured it, but like the freaking the X-ray guy, the guy who has X-ray vision, gets I think arrested for being a peeping Tom. And I'm just like thinking,
Harvey Weinstein.
No, and I'm just thinking like he probably wasn't. Like, because like if you have X-ray, like if I ever had X-ray vision powers, I would not tell anybody I do because they just assume you're being a perv. Because there's sometimes that, like in real life where I'm just like daydreaming and I don't realize that like I'm daydreaming in like in the direction where a person is standing. And like sometimes when I go out, I zap out of the daydream and I realize I'm looking like I'm staring at that person. So if people knew you have X-ray, they're just like thinking like you go to a friend's house and he knows you have X-ray vision. You're just like daydreaming at a wall. And it's like, are you staring into my sister's room? What the fuck,
oh my
dude?
God.
Like that poor dude, he probably like because they can't see what he's seeing. So he probably just he was just probably staring somewhere, and they just like assumed like, are you looking at this girl's naked right now?
Well, X-ray. I think people also don't understand. X-ray vision does not mean you see them naked. You literally see like their bones and their blood.
Yeah, but people don't know. But nobody knows what happened after. They can't see what he sees.
Right.
And they can't just take his word for it.
No, I understand.
So
right.
like
that's a good point.
The obvious thing is people like dirty people's minds goes is like, oh, you can see through clothes, fucking pervert.
Yeah, I want to just jump back and jump forward again because again, right? I love the transition. Because they're in such this moment of like they're gonna make it work, everything's gonna be fine, and they literally end like, oh, what could have happened? And then it's just boom, newspaper. You're fucked, basically. They're fucked. Like that's the immediate like transition. It's like
like the guy trying to commit suicide is trying to sue Mr. Incredible for not letting him go through with the suicide.
Yes. But also then the train members see that and jump on the bandwagon, which I gotta appreciate, like the writing on this. That is totally what humans would do. Like he's getting money, he wants to get money. Oh, he's got a good point. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, and then like more
everyone
people
over here would do. Yeah,
right. So it's like that's such a good like idea.
And because they're vigilantes on the government names, the government has to take the fall for it.
Yes. Yes. So the government has to create an enforcement of it. I do love the fact that, by the way, I do love the way, by the way, that there was already, you can tell by the emotion on the faces of the cops, there was already this idea, like, oh, you're gonna handle it, right? Like, this idea of, like, they were already putting a lot of pressure on the heroes to begin with.
Yeah, that's why.
Because when you do this cut here, it's like, he's like, hey guys, I'm out of time. You guys gotta finish this, because he got away, and they're like, he got away. Like, that's as if, like, he's supposed to just keep doing it. It's like, what the fuck? Dude, he's got a life. Like, what the fuck?
Like, that's why I took a picture of this. I took a screenshot of this, because this world, like, it makes a point to establish that, like, the police, like, the law enforcement in this world actually, like, not only do they work with the superheroes well, they rely on them somewhat.
No, severely. Clearly.
Yeah, so, like, in other worlds, like, the Batman universe, Commissioner Gordon, like everyone like who works in the police force is iffy. Like, why do you talk to this vigilante, Commissioner Gordon? Like, why do you trust this Batman? Like, we don't know his face or anything. And whenever the police, he's with any other police force, it's not Commissioner Gordon. They the first thing they're thinking about, like, what's under his fucking mask?
Yeah.
Like over here, they're just like,
he's got a mask. I don't care.
They work with the government and like like I said, the police force.
I think it's less they work with the government and more just, if I hear a call, I'm gonna help, and that's usually the thing. It's like, it seems like I'm gonna listen to the scanners. I hear a call, I'm gonna do it. And if he shows up, then cool, and they're just gonna see, and he solves the quest.
Well, not with the government, but like the government works well with them, because what's mentioned in that whole newspaper sequence, the whole news sequence is like, the government's taking a fall for it. And like they just don't want.
Well, it's more heroes are taking the fall.
The hero,
because it's not the government's not taking the fall
for it. And like,
yes, the government's paying for it. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like you find out later there's like a superhero like agency that helps with like relocation, memory erasing, and that's under the government.
It's funny. I think it's called the NSA, but it's the National Superhero.
Yeah,
it's like some like
You also learn from, like, I'm not sure if you learn from the movie, but especially you do learn it from, like, the DVD specials that, like, they keep, like, secret files on the government. And
the government
keeps secret files on the
heroes.
On the heroes.
Yes.
So this agency is not like its own independent thing. This is like under the government.
Of course, yeah. It's a government agency, so it works under the government.
Yeah, so they work. They somewhat work with the government.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at.
Right. That's a government. No, I'm sorry. I was just like, yeah, but a government agency would work for the government.
No, I mean, would they work with the superheroes?
But they work with the heroes, but it's shady for the purposes of it's under the radar, but the government is there to then,
yes, and that's what I'm getting. What the point is, in this world, the superheroes work very closely with the government. In other worlds,
I wouldn't say closely. I just would say like they have to.
Okay, not that closely.
They have to. Because that's the new law.
Yes, but like I think in other worlds, like the Batman world, it's like they have files on Batman, but like they're not relying on him. They're not keeping him close. There's like no, if Batman fucks up, there's no agency to help him. They just like, if he comes around, they'll deal with him. But I mean, the moment like he's out of line or we just catch him, we're just gonna fucking bring him in.
Right, I feel you. Absolutely. Very much.
And I think Spider-Man has those same rules too.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
it's like he's doing his thing. He's fighting crime, but like no, we don't like him. Why would we like him?
And certain iterations that don't have the Avengers in it.
Right.
Spider-Man deals with that same thing too.
Yeah, and we'll talk more about this. This whole scene leading up to this is great. We get the transition immediately following that newspaper scene, and again, what I will say is editing in this movie is some of the best you will ever see in any movie, animated or not, because you immediately, it's like, again, the cut from I don't think so in the prologue to the Incredibles intro logo, from the intro logo to the fucking chase sequence, from the chase sequence and the saving and all that, and the marriage to the cut of the newspaper, and then a cut from the newspaper, and then the movie really like gets into the point where it cuts straight into Bob is not fucking happy. Bob is now like, after this superhero agency has helped, and I'll bring this up now because I have it, but when Bob goes out with Frozone later, Elastigirl, Helen, brings up the fact that like, hey, like, we can't move again. So it's been Bob, really. Like, it's been Bob at the front end of like, they've moved before. Like, the agency has to keep moving them because he's so tired of this, like, this life of, all right, I can't really be super. I'm really stuck in this rut. Anytime I'm trying to be super, I'm put in this condition where it fucks everything up, and I'm here at this fucking insurance company.
Where he has the worst cubicle because his cubicle has a giant fucking pillar inside of it that's taking up all of his space.
I didn't even recognize that. It's like it
has a giant fucking
it's a pillar
support beam.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's not even it's not like a standard one. It's even worse because you're even more cramped. And again, I just love that. Like he just is. There was a scene that was apparently supposed to be in this movie before, like down the, and we'll talk. Do you want to talk about? We can talk. You don't want to talk about the deleted scenes as we.
Scenes afterwards, because some of them are their own things. But
this one's so small that
we can talk about the deleted scenes that fit into this treatment of the story.
Yeah. So he's clearly tired of this. And what he does is he's trying to find little ways to still be heroic and helpful. At this point, it's helpful. It's not really heroic. It's down to helpful because it's like, you already see that any bit of heroics that he tries to do or even being helpful gets attacked. He's getting pushed into smaller and smaller and smaller space. At this point, he's just trying to tell people, hey, here's some insurance information. Here's some stuff that they should tell you that they're not going to tell you, but I'll tell you because I know the rules. And you should be getting this. So just go through this way, write it down, and you can get away with it. And immediately following that, you get the boss, and the boss, that's the perfect sign of, hey, like, you don't be a fucking hero, kid. Like, stop being a fucking hero. Like, what are you doing? And it's like pushing up against his chances and ability. All he wants to do is be helpful, and it's like he can't. He's stuck. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he just wants like just the experience of just being praised for it, like it, and be helpful. He wants to be a superhero again.
Yeah, absolutely. And so he yeah, I think you get the call because I think they catch everyone. They catch us up with everyone. So Helen gives the call, and she's like, "We've officially moved in," which you're like, "Okay, you just moved in." And again, you get the implication of why they just moved in, even though it's been 2 years, but they just moved in because of the fact that whatever happened last time had them have to move before because of Bob.
No, they moved in 3 years ago.
3 years ago, okay.
Because he said what makes the last 3 years not count, because she found the last of the boxes and she finally unpacked the last of the boxes.
Right.
And, like, so it's official.
Right.
So it's official.
It's official.
That's why.
And again,
they've been in that house for 3 years apparently.
And again, it looks like it's like Bob doesn't look happy, but you see Helen, she's at least comfortable.
It was. I don't think it. Was it brought up that they already had to relocate before?
It is, but not until Bob comes back from the when he's with Frozen. That's where she says, "We can't do this again. We can't be moved again." Like, literally the quote was, darn you, Bob, we can't blow cover again.
Yeah, because I remember a line Dash says, like, at the end of the movie when their house is destroyed, it's like, does this mean we have to move again? And it's like,
oh,
okay,
shit, he must have... So, then it's like, 3 years ago. Yeah, so you wonder how many times. Anyway, so, again, you get through that, and, so before he goes home, we get the cut, of course, of... Do you have it? You don't. No, you don't.
Oh,
but we have the cut of Dash.
It's not
speeding.
that. Yeah, I don't have that cut.
We have Dash speed. So again, this is the first character.
Keep in mind, these screenshots are all my notes.
Yes, and that's right. But I think it's still a good point. Like, you get to see what these characters are doing. So Helen is going to pick up Dash, but of course she has to go in and because the principal called her, and
the principal is actually onto their superpowers.
Yes.
Is
You're talking about the teacher or the principal? Because the teacher's onto it. Mr. Crocker.
Oh, yeah. I meant to say he is Crocker.
Yeah. His name is Bernie.
I meant to say the teacher is onto their superpowers. Oh crap! My battery. I'm gonna put on you.
Oh shit.
My battery died.
Shit. All right.
But the teacher is onto their superpowers.
Yeah.
And he's like, I swear, the dumb tax is when he is on my seat, as soon as he moves right there, and everyone's like, what the fuck?
And what's funny is I love the editing because what he could have done, what Brad Bird could have done is said, don't even have him move. But what they do is they have him move, so you know that he is doing it, number one. But number two, if technology is just a bit better, he's fucked. Yeah. If you can do freeze framing faster, you are fucked. And so he just gets away with it because technology hasn't caught up with his speed. But it is a funny little charming scene where he's like, fuck you. Like, you've been a kid, it's like you feel that moment. And it's done really well. The great thing about both of those scenes, whether we're talking about Dash doing that or Violet being nervous, hiding herself, you get the idea of their powers through those scenes, very efficiently. Right? It wasn't like they were working on it at a lab in the fucking... It's no, we're just gonna fucking show it in a natural way that kids their age would do it. One is just being a prankster for the class, or himself. The other is doing it for just the fact that they are nervous and, unsure of themselves and, not comfortable with who they are. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Very good balance in the way that those scenes are placed. Again,
I love this scene right here where it's first they gotta fix the table, and now the car, and it's what happened to the car? That face. Yeah, it's been a part of so many freaking reaction memes.
Yeah, no, 100%. Again, this is another perfect example of what's happening here. Helen is really not that Bob isn't the glue, but in this current state of the family situation, she is the one really keeping the family together and is clearly like overwhelmed by Bob's disinterest at this point.
That's how you be looking. Like if we record a whole podcast, and it's like, all right, how's the file look? And it's like, oh, I didn't press record.
I'm laughing now, but I genuinely that face.
Or no, this is like us during the podcast, where it's like, okay, so yeah, we're reviewing this movie. It was awful. I hated it, and then you go to me, and it's like, yeah, I think it was good. I liked it, and that's your face right there.
Yeah. No, that's like if I like. No, that's legitimately me. If like there's like a news story, and I say the whole news story, and then I look at you, you're like, yeah. Oh, I brought the what? Everything else
you're just like tons of people died, and tons of people died. It's horrible, and it has horrible ramifications on our society.
Oh
and
my
it's like
God.
looking at me. So like, what is your take on this? It's okay. Yeah. It's okay.
Oh my fucking God.
Like it's one of the famous like shots of this movie that like that face just like says it all on him, like what everything he's going through.
Yes, and it's like also the thing of like everything is kind of going to. It's not going to hell in this family condition, but there are fractures clearly showing. Like it's like all right, Dash is getting tired of having to hide his powers. Fucking Violet doesn't want her power. Like there are fractures happening here, and there needs to be a sort of shift in this family entirely. You know what I mean? Yes. And so and again, like when she says, "Bob, I need help," it's like you think something's going to happen, but it seems like what he's about to do will literally only make the situation more chaotic anyway. Because he lifts the table, but it's like, what's going to happen now? Like and it all ends. Frozone shows up, and he checks out. He's like, "I need to. All right, time to go." And again, like
bowling night.
Yeah, it's bowling. But like, what I love is again, these are all just common family things. This is just very much life moments, and they're doing a really good job of just having solid character moments that are just normal life. They're not like Avengers Tower level shit. It's just here's a family in a house dealing with a situation where the family is chaotic. Like that's it. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, like so. Going forward to the the fire part. Okay, you learn they're doing secret superheroing on the side.
And they love, by the way, again, another scene. I know we're trying to breeze through this, but again, another scene. They're sitting there. They're talking with next to each other in the car. It's like that's another moment of just you're connecting with these characters. Like familiar moment. They're just talking shit, talking about the good old days, the glory days. Like
yeah. We also find out Lucius doesn't see Frozone. Lucius doesn't see anyone from the old days except Bob. The only way he hears about other people is through gossip.
Yeah.
Or I guess from when he last seen them, but they don't see anyone from the old days except for each other.
Yeah.
They're the only superheroes they know for right now, and everyone is still undercover, and they don't know the whereabouts of all these other superheroes under secret identities.
100%.
And there's no community amongst these superheroes. None of them knows each other's identities, except for not all of them know each other's secret identities. Only the people that keep close together know each other's identities, like Frozone and Bob.
Right.
But Bob doesn't know the secret identity of whoever was an X-ray guy, or whoever was that. An interesting thing I'll showcase it later.
Well, didn't he? Wasn't he the paper? He reads that later. Yeah. I'm sorry, that's the next day.
We'll go more on that later. But an interesting thing you find out on the DVD, the top secret files. There was
by the way 3-cut.
Oh yeah, there was superhero teams.
Yeah.
There was superhero teams, and I think one was a duo or something. So there were superheroes that were close together in groups, and you can probably assume the team back in the day was Helen, Bob, and Frozone.
100%.
They were probably their own team.
Right. That's pretty clearly established in the opening, I think.
I think what's established on the probably talk about briefly what's also established on the back on the fucking special features of the DVD was, I think back in the day, Frozone. There's so much world building in this, especially in the special features. But Frozone and Mr. Incredible were a well-known duo back in the day,
right?
And that's why they have an old cartoon
about
them.
Yeah.
and they added a fucking bunny.
It's so crazy.
I love the commentary for that is hilarious to listen to. We'll get on that later, but like,
100%.
I love that they made a freaking old cartoon.
It's smart. It's like how far can we go? What are we allowed to do? And Pixar at the time, it's like we can do whatever. Balls to the wall, do whatever, and that's what they did. And it's, again, this core duo, you can tell they have a fucking history. They are a good duo together, because once they are at that scene, they get the fucking call, and they're in the fire station, and it's like, now you would think that Bob would know that there's no fucking wall. You would think by this point they've been in a fire situation, but it's like, the back and
forth. It's the first time he's learned about his powers. Which
is weird if they're a duo, though. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
it's like, if you're a duo, you would think, you would, but I think it's just for banter. It's like, oh, fuck, like, this situation's going on. They're talking like they're just, like, having a fucking angry conversation on a street corner. They're in the middle of a burning building.
Well, it also helps the audience find out how, through, like, science, how his powers work.
Yes.
So it's like, because it has to be, like, it does make sense, like, for him to freeze things, he has to only freeze the water and that's already in the air.
Yes, there needs to be water in the air, and that's the only way it works. And but they get through. They again, everything about this movie, fucking efficient, cool, all that shit. Cop scene, I just need a drink. Again, you have this freeze moment, fucking epic moment. He gets a cool moment. Samuel L. Jackson voicing Frozone was already cool as shit. Now him doing that. Even cooler.
Samuel L. Jackson, like, in the superhero franchise, so, like, that can work. They should do that more.
They should do that more. They should do that at least for 10 movies.
Oh, and a show.
Have
him one, like, he's talking to aliens.
And he's talking to aliens, that's right.
And the aliens are disguising as people.
My fucking God.
I don't remember asking you a goddamn thing.
Put Don Cheadle in there. Him and Don Cheadle.
That's such a good idea. I wish that they would do that. I mean, damn. Yeah.
Like, no, I hope they don't do it. I just like imagining it.
Yeah. Yeah. So, we get to, let's see. You have, again, like, you get to the late night scene. They leave. Bob's feeling good. He gets to flex his... Basically, Bob's trying to flex his muscles.
You can skip that one, because, like, I think I put it next.
No, you didn't. The next one is
when they're being
the boss getting choked out. No, it's not.
It is... Go next.
That's the next one. And
right,
that's
it.
Yeah, there's no. That's why I looked. I don't know. I did. This is the funniest fucking pause.
I had to.
Yeah,
that was fucking funny.
Yes. So.
All right, but like I'd rather put the screenshot in there, but like it's the lady following them.
Yes. So. Again, like, the whole thing about the late night scene is simply that, hey, stop fucking around. Like, just genuine. Like, hey, like, what are you doing? Why are you out late? Like, I know you're out late, but, like, you're not doing what you're saying you're doing. Like, it's creating this feeling of, like, anxiety and insecurity in this relationship, in this family household. Because Bob's working so much, he doesn't get to see the family, and in moments where he could see the family, he's not there because he doesn't find it genuine. For instance, the graduation, which is not really a graduation. I agree with Bob, but it's still a moment that he could go see the family.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but the animation of him eating that fucking cake in one go.
Yeah,
it's really good.
It's so smooth.
There's a special feature where they show off, like, they had to they needed reference for that scene. So, like, I think one of the animators, like, recorded themselves eating a fucking cake super fast.
Oh my
God!
God.
And they use that scene as a reference. I think it's one of the Easter eggs on the DVD, because I'm not sure where it is, but like it's funny.
Yeah. Like, and then his quick cut immediately once she says something.
Oh. But like before that, you find out there's a lady following them.
Yes.
It took me, because like I've only seen this movie like a couple times in my adult age.
Okay.
I watched it
Jesus.
Huh?
I was about to say, in your entire life, you've only seen it a couple times. I was scared for a second. Who the fuck am I talking to? Mr. Finding Nemo over
I seen the movie for the first time yesterday, and I only got halfway.
Jesus.
But like I didn't realize that the lady that was following them, like she had eyes on Frozone first, and she was following Frozone for the longest time, and then like when she found Bob, she switched targets.
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't know that until like I paying attention to that part.
I didn't recognize. That's a good point. It's like she was just waiting to get to him.
Yeah.
Because I think the whole point is she obviously isn't trying to target Frozone at all, because she works for Syndrome. But I think Frozone needs her to find Bob.
Yeah, because that's... I'll just skip ahead to talking about that moment real quick. It's like, when Mr. Incredible's going on the computer and, like, he's finding out all the people that's been terminated, it's like, you see, like, Frozone is in danger because his location is known.
Yes.
Because he's next.
Right.
Like, because they think Mr. Incredible's terminated. Frozone, because, like, they don't know where Elastigirl is. They're still looking for her. Frozone is their next target.
Yes.
And
which I think is why it goes to the city. If you remember, it goes straight for the city. Now, he wanted to do theatrics, but I mean, who knows? You know. It goes to the city where Frozone is. Now, number one, Frozone, if he came in, it's like, does Syndrome let the robot fucking do that? Or does, like, he dies and then I save the day? I don't know how that happens, but the whole point was that Frozone was next. Again, after that whole point, we get to the I'm not happy Bob scene, and this whole thing with the office is just Bob being pushed and pushed and pushed away from his ability to help. There are little moments where he's just trying to help, like...
The contrast is funny where he's, like, a small dude, and he has so much power over Bob, and he is just, like, freaking rubbing his face all in it.
Yes.
Like when he arrives to the office, he has all of his pencils pointed towards Bob, getting ready.
Yes, it's also like he's heard the speech before. And I do want to bring up quickly, there was a deleted scene where Bob was going to essentially save the day at a traffic situation in like a speed chase with a couple motorcycles, and he would stop them, and the cops would treat him as a civilian, like they wouldn't recognize that it's him, so he wouldn't get the credit for it, and so he was very upset about that. I think that the fact that it's not there pays off even more because he doesn't even get the satisfaction of saving anyone at any point. There's no saving anyone except for that old lady, and he does a bit of the burning building stuff, but it doesn't end well. So at any moment, it's never really fully allowed for him to be a hero that's recognized as being a hero. And he has this other chance, this last chance, before he loses it all. And it fades away because the robber gets away, and he's like, damn it, he got away. And I think, obviously...
He got killed!
He did, yeah, that's right.
Because that's what really makes him upset.
That's
the guy just, gets away with murder, and, he has a witness there with him,
yes.
Seeing, there's someone in trouble, and he's like, well, let's hope we don't have to cover him!
Yes. Like you said earlier in the conversation, the fact that this movie is unlike anything Pixar has done before in terms of the amount of times they really show, death or just brutality, they haven't done it at that level up to that point. And very little after that.
I don't think, a big anime, I'll say, no big anime movie up to this point has done that sort of thing.
In CG animation.
Yeah, CG.
Obviously, in 2D animation, it's been done probably, I think, for decades up to that point. But
that's why I would say big.
Well, 2D is big, but CG animation.
2D is big, but, I don't think any of the big 2D movies
have covered death?
Have covered casual death like that.
What?
Covered death, but,
in 2D animation...
what movies were there for that?
For 70 years of animated movies theatrically?
Not that. I guess any modern ones from that era.
Oh, even then
I'm stuck in close
you had
to the era.
You saw Treasure Planet. You didn't see Atlantis, but you saw Treasure Planet.
I saw Solo.
Okay, it's Treasure Planet came out in 2002. That was Disney. Was a fucking turtle being, a turtle that is a humanoid being, an anthropomorphized turtle, dies right in front of our main character. In Atlantis, you have death all over the place. I'm just saying, it's been done. Even by Disney, it was done. It definitely DreamWorks. Prince of Egypt,
That's probably why those movies fucking fail. They shouldn't have.
Go fuck yourself. Don't. We're watching one of those later in the future. But the point is, yes, you're right. But the boss just, he probably would have been able to hold it in, as angry as he was, if the boss didn't say. You would have, was proud. He was glad about it. He was so arrogant about it.
Let's hope we don't cover him.
But no, at the very end, it's a good thing you didn't. You would have lost your job.
Yeah.
Like, if he... Because, fuck, man, he was... You pushed it.
No, he's treating him like a dog, like, close the door.
Right.
And he's like, if you would have walked out there, you would have lost your job.
Yeah, like, just too much, too much boldness, and, so... And I think this, when he throws him through the wall, that is quite possibly the most villainous thing that Bob had actually done as a character in this movie. Because he's doing it now, he's an asshole, but this character becomes a villain to Bob. The moment that bystander that gets robbed, gets assaulted, and or possibly killed, is the moment that Bob sees him as a villain and actually throws him.
It was building up to that because he was like, I don't care about the people, what about our investors?
Right. So, the movie does make a point, politically here, and it's not, politically, overdone, but I'm saying, it makes a point, and I think it does it well. Now, this is where, of course, we get to, again, the agency, and this guy is so good, but, the thing about the agency
I took that screen guy, because, I just like how he just had this disappointed look, like he's just tired of Bob's shit.
Because he has to keep moving. He has to keep moving him, and he's like, money, money, he literally says, money, 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 like... we move you here. We have to pay the people that saw this, and that's a ton of people, because this whole office saw him throw this guy several fucking walls through. He has to pay the injuries. He has to pay for all that shit. It's like, dude, and by the way, he's at the edge of his rope. He's like, dude, I can do this maybe for good luck, for good measure, one more time. I can't do this shit much anymore, but I can do this for good measure one more time. And that's it.
The next time it happens, it's your thing to fucking deal with. This is your fucking problem.
Yeah, so, again, I just love the value of this character, because that this started out very well, and they have a really good relationship, but it's just at its edge. Bob just cannot stop trying to be this hero, and it's tough for him to be in that role. We get I'll go ahead and, might as well. So, we have he gets the message. And
I think this movie predicted tablets.
Well, no, PDAs were already around at the time.
Okay.
PDAs were personal digital. They were PDAs, personal digital assistants. They had a display. You use a stylus usually, and you go across and you write, and you'd be able to display stuff and all that stuff. Tablets were around.
My family was too poor.
They just weren't as technical as presented. So. This was a thing that was around, just not in the way that we see it in the movie.
It has facial recognition, so it can play high-quality video.
It has radar, so it scans around. And,
it can show video. It can show video in different positions.
And the whole scene, right?
Shit? Damn.
The whole scene though, where he has the tablet and he's trying to figure out what the fuck's going on. It's like that's really an inciting moment for the character, because he's at the edge. He lost his job. He has to figure this shit out. And here comes the saving grace moment, where this character, this beautiful woman.
It's also the scene where it's like, what are you waiting for, kid? I don't know, something cool to happen.
Yes, that is the set. That is
Me too,
yes.
Man.
Yeah, he does. That's the thing that I forgot as a kid, that he also says "me too, kid." I didn't recognize that until this showing, because I was so used to the fact that the kid says something amazing, I guess, and it's like, oh, and I didn't realize that he said that inside "me too," but it's really well done. But this is a really big moment, and I love it's one of my favorite scenes in the whole movie. Is the score swells up. He's like. His eyes light up because he's thinking about being able to go back, this call to action of I can go back to being this hero, and he's looking at the wall and he full of memorabilia and history of what he did in his past.
That's also revealed.
So
he has such an egotistical wall right there.
But that's just the past. That's like a high school. That's
I probably had that wall.
It's like high school high school diploma and a fucking poster of something you did and tons of pictures and shit like that. It's like that's you got to be proud of yourself. And I think he was so it's such a good moment for that character to be able to say, I'm back in action.
There's no Elastigirl achievements on that wall.
There's no Elastigirl achievements on that wall, I don't think, but it's about him. So he gets the call, he goes on the flight, and this. By the way, Brad Bird gets his Mission Impossible before Mission Impossible, because the mission.
I was going to say that. Because, the people at Paramount were probably I gotta do some research. It had to be this had to be the story where they saw this movie and it's like, You freaking tricked Pixar into making a Mission Impossible movie. Do you want to make one for real? Like, we got the director's slot. You can have it if you want. And it's like, where do I sign up?
I don't know what his credits were between Incredibles and Ghost Protocol, but I know that Ghost Protocol was what, 2011?
Ghost Protocol was also it's his first live action movie though.
Right, so that's 2011. And by the way that he treats the score,
Ratatouille came out before that.
Of course, because that was like 07, 08.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So Brad Bird,
it has potentials in, like, yeah.
Brad Bird, again, like I don't know if he was just writing it out. He had a concept for it and just asked them, pitched it to them, and that was it. But he's riding high, so I know that there were probably a lot of studios saying, "Hey, you want to do this? You want to do this? You want to like?" I'm sure that he was throwing a lot of fucking things between Incredibles and then choosing to work on Mission Impossible. But I think there was nothing higher than Mission Impossible at the time. You had Tom Cruise. You know, you're doing these big things with Tom Cruise, and we already talked about that, but
yeah,
it's a good transition. So moving on, you know.
Well, also, this movie's like, you can tell he has so much inspiration from Mission Impossible because I don't know how much influence he has on.
I don't know if that's maybe. I don't know.
At this point, it becomes a spy thriller.
That's a good. Yeah, no, you're right. Thriller. Yeah, good point.
And this is very inspired by like. I feel like I don't know much about the show, but it's definitely inspired by like the Mission Impossible movies that at least around out at the time.
Everything from the point that he takes the flight to the point that the family gets on the beach. I'm sorry, the point when they all team up, because even Elastigirl has spy moments. So everything from there up until the family teams up is essentially a spy thriller. Because they're trying to figure things out up to that point.
Yeah, because I'm just what I was gonna get to is like. I don't know how much like influence he has on the music, if that was the composer's idea too, but like the Incredibles theme, it sounds like very close to like something along the lines of a Mission Impossible soundtrack. It sounds like it doesn't sound like the main Mission Impossible theme, but like it has like the same kind of motif almost.
Yes, absolutely. It's very much like Bond or Mission Impossible in that way of.
If you found the Incredibles theme song on the Mission Impossible album, you'd be like, yeah, that fits in.
No, I think if you listen to Mission Impossible Ghost Protocol, because I was listening to that when he's scaling the building, it feels a fuck of a lot like Incredibles, and it's like these two could dance together. Both these scores could dance really well together, and so one was inspired by the other. Somewhere down the line, and then he gets to like we said, then he gets to the direct Mission Impossible. So, like you said, that score probably was inspired as well by that style, and so no surprises there. But he fights his first robot, and it's a very suspicious situation. He's like, "Yeah, this thing got rogue. We need you to fight it."
Oh yeah, you can go forward.
You got it. You got it in here.
Not the robot, but like the port. Yeah, the hit on my back.
Yeah, here we go. Yeah, oh my bad. Yeah. So again, it's yes.
That moment was great because he throws out his back, and you think because like the trailer is like presented as just like a side joke, and I thought it was just a joke, and we like, he's old, he threw out his back, but no, it's actually a moment that puts him in danger, and then like the robot grabs him, and he straightens out his back for him, and it does becoming like, well, I guess like
a boost. Basically a Popeye moment.
Yeah, it becomes a Popeye moment. I was about to say uplifting moment, that's not the right word. It becomes a Popeye moment like, ha! You fucked up! And he just like starts breaking the robot's arm.
Yes.
And he starts like beating the fuck around out of the robot.
It's like finally getting back into it. He's like, needed to warm up a little, and he got back into it, and now he's in.
It's like you poison someone, and like while you're trying to kill them, you accidentally like give them the antidote. And they're like, I'm better!
Yes.
I'm gonna fuck you up!
Absolutely. He was like on a runner's high. And it was, again, it's such a good scene because it's like you feel the danger of the moment. They fall into that lava pit and it's like, oh shit. And, he gets out of it good. By the way, you get the dinner scene. I will say this movie, and I'll bring this up at the end more, but as good as this movie is, it does show its age in many scenes. There are many scenes that don't look as good as others. everything in the fucking dinner room scene with the lava behind it is some of the best looking CG still to this day. The lighting is so well executed.
Because it makes her up in style.
It's it's in style, but it's also just the lighting is executed well. There are moments where you get really good direction, like the choice of backing the camera so you see the entire room, and there's that wide gap between the fucking table, like the table in between the both of them. It's so good. You know what I mean? Like, everything about that is so clean and crisp, and the animation still looks good to this day. Like, that to me is a scene that holds up to almost anything today, like from any movie. There's not a lot of scenes in this movie that still do that, but that's one of them.
I love all the beautiful sets in this movie too.
Yes, there's just the beautiful sets. They just kind of start to look.
I don't know why Walt Disney they made that expensive ass fucking Star Wars, galactic cruise thing. It's like, why not one of your expensive hotels just look like whatever Mr. Incredible's staying in?
Again, there's so many things where they could just make. They should just make like motel-sized fucking areas that are so many. You have so many things to theme. What are you doing?
Mr. Incredible is staying at, I want to sleep in that area.
Yeah.
Especially give me.
Then have the music in the hallways.
Yeah.
Dude.
It doesn't have to look like the exact kind of thing in scale.
No.
But I want to eat at that fucking lava wall table thing they got going on.
Dude, they have this They have this property.
And I want.
What are we doing?
And I want. And I want them to. I want that room with the computer room where he has to type in Chronos. I want it to be the living room with the fucking TV.
All you have to do, by the way, is if you wanted to do moments where you have. It doesn't take much. You just hire a couple of stunt coordinators, and you have a bigger guy, and you have a sort of girl that looks kind of flexible or is flexible, fighting a bunch of fucking henchmen every 3 hours or so, and that's it. This is the thing. We just made a fucking Incredibles hotel, and Disney's been sitting on this property for over 10 years, and they haven't done shit with. Moving on, because that's such a good idea.
Disney World is another discussion on them. There's so much shit they have properties of they can do shit. They can do attraction of.
Yes.
I'm not gonna get into it. I'm just gonna say a sentence. Still no Kingdom Hearts attraction.
Yeah.
That's money.
Yeah.
I really need on to the movie.
By the way, so as we already know, but I just brought this up. I wanted to type this up. The Mr. Incredible on his purpose montage is one of the best in filmmaking history, because you feel every month. It's like he finally has this feeling of purpose. He's feeling good about what he's doing.
Get back into the old days.
Back into it. He's stretching. He's exercising. He's having sex with his wife again.
Yes.
The world is good. He's throwing footballs at this kid. The kid's happy.
Fat ass.
He's smacking his wife's fat ass. Everything's good. Everyone's happy. The world is turning great. The music swells. It's beautiful. He's lifting trains. Everything's good. And
I love that music.
So, and by the way, what I love is immediately after he loses all that weight, the first quote you get from Edna is, "My God, you've gotten fat." It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Well, I like when he's trying to check his weight. He's just like, "What the fuck? I'm not losing anything."
Yeah, but over time, it's he's like, I did a good job. Look at me. I'm fucking skinny now.
Dude, the superhero sex between him and Elastigirl gotta be some crazy shit. I'm pretty sure people have drawn it 20 times already.
I don't want to know.
People have CG models of it, but I just want to mention we don't actually get to see what's superhero sex on screen until The Boys.
Until what?
The Boys.
Oh yeah, The Boys. I thought you said The Blaze. I'm like, when did The Incredibles do some Blaze shit? What are we talking about? It's probably a thing that happens. Doesn't matter. The whole thing though with it just feels so uplifting. Everything's good. He's having fun with the family. He feels like he feels like he's doing something that's not only good for the world, but then is just uplifting him to be more valuable to his family. This is this feeling of I don't feel like I'm applying myself. I don't feel like even if I applied myself, I was doing enough. It's he feels like he's doing enough, and as a character, that makes him feel better. And when you feel better, you look better, and that's what's happening here. So he's. Oh
yeah, I just want to hit the accounting. Like, so yeah, he needs to get his suit fixed up. He goes to Edna, and like this is like an important like
valuable character.
No. Well, yeah, this is like Brad Bird self-insert, but this is like a big scene.
What? Wait, that's Brad Bird?
Edna, Brad Bird voices her.
Really?
You didn't know that?
No, I didn't know that. Thanks for letting me know.
Oh, biggest fearless fucking movie.
You haven't seen Atlantis? Go fuck yourself. I don't care what you say.
That was fucking bombed.
You have Disney Plus for the past 3 years.
Yeah, so everyone had fucking money.
You weren't even old enough. You weren't old enough to get a ticket for that when it came out. So go fuck yourself.
Wait, who was that fucking guy that like fucking that fucking the guy who's like who was that fucking DreamWorks?
Katzenberg
Katzenberg was fucking right. He kept the I forgot what the people who made like the fucking Treasure Planet movie. But he was like he always used them, and he was like,
he said, we're not doing that fucking movie.
No. He would be like, oh yeah, we'll make that Treasure Planet movie.
Yep.
And like just do this thing for me. Can we make it now? We'll do it just after this thing.
Right.
How about now? Not yet. And then after he left, they finally made it. And it turns out he was right because that movie fucking bombed.
Yes, it's worth watching, fuckface.
I'm pretty sure because he was like, I told you not to make that movie.
It's funny. You know what's funny enough is he also made a pirate movie that bombed as well. It's so stupid. Like they both made pirate movies within a year of each other, and they both bombed. Like I don't know what he was trying to do there, but it's like, oh shit, they're finally making that pirate movie. I think I need to combat this. Oh fuck. But either way, we got off track because I didn't realize that was fucking Brad Bird. Shut the fuck up. But Edna.
Fucking idiot.
Edna.
That was explained on Disney Channel.
I didn't watch Disney Channel because I like animation. Cartoon Network. So, yeah. So
cartoons on there.
So yeah. So he he goes over there and we have a really good conversation. Oh, by the way, all of her art still stands the test of time. That fountain, I want a miniature of that fountain where it's like the hero and the fucking waterfall.
There's so many sets in there that could just be like
the hotel.
Disney World, yes.
Yeah, man. Mark. I mean, again, they've had this property for fucking 12 years, 13 years.
But
fucking nuts. I don't understand why not.
This because we're still going through the whole movie scene by scene.
It doesn't matter, dude. We're just gonna roll through and see how far this goes.
Yeah. We're just doing a commentary at this point. Yeah. But like this scene is.
This is a cartoon chat.
This scene is important because like it changes the way like how people view superheroes, because a major design of like most superheroes is the capes, and this has an argument of why that design can be flawed, and it just shows like the cape like how it's possible that superheroes can like die from their capes because they can be caught by something.
Yes.
And like now when like if there's ever a piece of media where like somebody is caught into trouble by their cape, people will automatically the brain will trigger this scene exactly.
No capes.
Like, no capes. And it's like even when it's not a cape, if there's some kind of piece of clothing that's hanging off you and it's like it gets snagged on something, it's like this scene also triggers, and it's just no capes. This is like one of the most iconic scenes in the movie. It's one of the most meme scenes in the movie. It has you thinking like about it, like it changed the way you think about superhero designs from that point. And it's like yeah, capes can be troubling, but
it's also a foreboding. It still is super valuable for the end of the movie.
Yes,
that's what's right. It still revolves into the point of the movie.
Yeah, because it comes back later, and it's great.
It's great. Yeah, like
it's one of the most iconic things that came out of this movie.
Like I said, it's like they show like this movie did a great job in this scene, in that montage of giving us a lore, but it being valuable and comedic. Like it does it well. Like it didn't have to do some fucking sad, depressing music. In 1942, Dinah Guy died. Da 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 da. In 1987, then this person no, it was just boom, like fucking funny. You could chuckle from it, and it moves on.
It's a
rather
funny
quickly.
montage, and it's just
good.
Like, even though it shows a lot of depths.
Yes, but it works. Like even the and then like I'm sure the audience is like, ooh, when what's her name gets tossed in the jet like a fucking washing machine. Like when her cape gets snagged by the jet, that's fucking like ooh, fuck, ooh, like Fear Factor basically. Like so you get those reactions where you're like just moving on, and then it goes back to the actual scene that we're in with Bob and Edna, and it's like it ends and you move on, And I think what does she say? Like she has a really good end quote that I didn't put in here, but It's like, God, she has so many like timeless quotes that should be in a Disney fucking resort right now. Just quotes, like where she should just there should be young, like not young, but like short actresses that should be at that resort that walk around at like once an hour, walks around.
I don't have to be short. It needs to be actresses that just dress like her.
No, because you got to sell it. Like it's got to. You plus short people can get fucking acting roles. I don't think this is disrespectful. I think this is genuine. Like give them a role at Disney World where they're walking around as like one person every 3 hours walks around and it's like sees a kid with a cape on, no cape, and that's all. And then she just walks out. Like so, she only just walks around the place for like 10 minutes and then she leaves. That's all you have to do.
You might as well have like a chocolate factory like freaking park and just like have the all the short people are just like type.
Oh my god! Jesus Christ, that thing would get shut down in 3 seconds. But
like, well, it's not offensive. You're giving jobs to short people.
Oh, is that what you're saying about my point? How is that like offensive? That's her character. She's an older short woman. I'm genuinely serious.
I was watching Crystal Skull and that like Russian lady, like she looks like she can be Edna.
But she's tall.
Huh?
You're right. It could just be cosplay. I'm overdoing it. I'm overselling the point. It could just be cosplay. But yeah. So either way, let's see. So moving on. I don't know where you go next. Oh, you go pretty far. Jesus fucking Christ, Mark.
These are my points.
All right. So here's the thing. So Helen, by the way, again, I love the way this movie goes. I don't want to keep going scene by scene, but they're so valuable. Helen just becomes.
I didn't think we were going through the whole movie. That's why I took started these screenshots to skip ahead.
I just think these are valuable points. But you know, again, Helen becomes anxious. I think this is a good scene. All these scenes are literally critical to the movie because they all are quick and they are all valuable. Each point is valuable. Like when they went to the editing bay and they took out all the deleted scenes that they bring up. For instance, her dream that's related to this scene where she's anxious about the hair. There's a dream sequence that she has where like Mr. Incredible is like hanging out with a bunch of women in their pool in the backyard, and like then she gets pulled in and sucked in by this thing that's like giving her all the responsibilities of being a mother, and it's like what the fuck, and then she wakes up. That sucks. But I think the movie does a really good job of showing that through the anxiety that she shows and shows at Edna's house anyway later. You know, and she gets the satisfaction by punching the character that, you know, she sees the pluck of hair from on his suit to begin with. So that's all I wanted to say. But I do also want to mention that when he gets his personal vehicle and we see it transitioning from a plane to a submersible to an automobile, it still is one of my favorite transitions in all of cinema history. Yes, because that's the gameplay version of it. But it's so fucking beautiful. It's so clean and beautiful, and he's got the suit on, and it's all cool, and he's all confident. You know, then he has to fight another one, an upgraded version robot, and all that shit. But at the end of this, we get Syndrome. Boom, buddy. Yeah. So, you know, Syndrome, of course, one of the best animated villains and one of the best villains of the 2000s.
Great design. Fantastic design.
Unfortunately, Jimmy Neutron came out not too far before this, but great design. Yes, I'm talking about the hair. You know, they both have the fucking ice cream cone.
I mean, Donkey Kong.
I don't think of them when I see each other. I'm just joking. It was a joke.
Well, Donkey Kong was before Jimmy Neutron.
That's a monkey.
Huh?
That's a monkey.
No, but he has the same hair though.
So, Syndrome, and you could imagine Jimmy Neutron becomes Syndrome. You could literally imagine that because they both have the same hair.
If you want to get into that, the fucking shape of Jimmy Neutron, that's not fucking human.
That's not human. It's not human. He's fucking weird. That's the reason why they can all fucking breathe in space, by the way. But that's what he was gonna say before Carl sings. But yeah, like he's definitely one of the best animated villains and probably one of the best in just the 21st century overall. And again, he's another piece of this movie that gets taken by a lot of movies in the future. He's like the ideas that he has, the way that he executes them. Like people have taken these characteristics out of this character and moved them into other movies.
Oh yeah, dude. Like Disney just really wants to remake a lot of their movies. If they went to the Pixar catalog, this would just be the easiest to translate.
Live action wise?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like
absolutely.
like, fuck, if they say, like, Incredibles next, like, I'm all for it. I want to see how they do it, because, like,
just, how about put budget into this shit?
Yeah,
Please.
Yeah, high budget live action, just recreation of it, fine.
Don't
like,
make it look cheap.
Because this is, like, one of those movies that, like, would just, you can just see, like, how it turns out live action. Like, it would just look fine translated to live action. It wouldn't lose very much. Because, like, you know, the other Disney movies, because, like, especially with the ones with fucking talking animals and shit, they lose a lot. Like, expressions and stuff and cartooniness. But this one, this is not a cartoon. So you can just, if they were to remake this, I'd be like, I'm excited to see this.
You get a lot of, like, Winter Soldier has a lot of vibes when it's Scarlett Johansson and Chris Evans and they're together. You get a lot of, like, not Elastigirl and Mr. Incredible exactly, but it's like two heroes that are deep in their moment. That's what I feel like the tone you have to go for in the beginning, at least. When you get to the family point, that changes. But I think that tone of Winter Soldier is really good for the beginning, and then when you get to the spy thriller part, you do that sort of tone, because the way that movie handles editing, the value of its action, all that stuff, that's the way I would want an Incredibles movie to be handled.
Yes.
You know, because it takes everything seriously until it takes everything seriously, and I think in the family moments you can be a little more lighthearted, but it needs that true sincerity that you're shooting in real life, not on a fucking CG fucking screen. So, but by the way, when he plays around with Mr. Incredible with his fucking powers, it's his arrogance that gets Mr. Incredible into investigating the operations. He fucks himself by being too arrogant. If he didn't do the "I'm incredible" and I'm Syndrome, and he fucking throws him. If he doesn't throw him, Mr. Incredible doesn't get to investigate, figure out what's going on. He doesn't stay on the fucking island, or what if he's on the island? It's
that screenshot is you slime dog, you caught me monologue.
Which again was a good thing that. It's like, it's making fun and just being serious about the fact that, yeah, look at all these fucking villains that do this. Get the fuck over that.
Well, yeah, Frozen was, like, harping on this earlier when they were in the car. It was like I think he got through a villain because he was like, he started monologuing.
Yeah, man, it's, that's why whenever I see, like, a bunch of villains in these super shitty MCU shows doing monologues, I'm like, my god. Like, that's the only thing about, like, I need to catch up on Secret Invasion, but, like, that's the thing about episode 2 and 1 and 3 is, like, God, this fucking villain keeps goddamn monologuing. Can you please stop monologuing?
It's still, superhero shows, it's still a trope, and just, like,
oh my God.
A lot of stories in general where, like, the antagonist just doesn't kill the main character. It's just like they just have to monologue. They just have to have a reason to keep the person alive. Yep. I think it happens like in literally every Mission Impossible movie too. It's just
yes, it does, but they do it in a way where it's not as shitty.
Sometimes it happens in like almost like every modern story still.
Yes, absolutely. I definitely felt it in when what's his name, the Hispanic guy was like going on and on. You have no idea the power, right? It's like, shut the fuck up. Just shut. I don't give a fuck. Like, shut the fuck up. Like, we know it's the AI. It's all that shit. Like, you know what I mean? But anyway, we're getting off plan. Like, again, Syndrome. Anytime he's on screen, it's like you feel he's great. He's great. Again, like the thing about,
let's see what like his new invention. His invention is like very. Like powerful of like that freeze beam. It's also very creative. It's this beam that like it'll freeze somebody, but also you can like lift them up and down like the Force, and like I guess they're weightless too.
I just realized while I was talking to you. Do you think that's just an easy editing tactic? Because you do that with editing. Like if you just grab all the characters on screen, it's like, we want these characters here.
Probably.
And here.
Probably, but like it's still very creative. It's still a very creative invention.
I just thought about that 20 years after I watched the movie the first time. Alright? I'm just saying. Like so it's not like
I also just found out fucking Brad Bird was Edna.
Get over that shit. My God.
Who do you think was playing her?
A woman? I don't know. Who the fuck knows? He puts on it's clearly not just Brad Bird, like, doing a Brad Bird voice. He's clearly voice acting. So I didn't know that. Like, get off my back, man. Jesus. Anyway. What the fuck was I talking about? So, at demoted guest, family... So, obviously Helen gets suspicious. She gets a call, or she sees that his old suit was stitched up. And that gets her on the trail. And she's like, there's only one fucking person. She doesn't say this, but she thinks that. Like, there's only one person. Calls Edna and is like, all right, come the fuck over. She never says that she's going to go over, but she's like, come over. All right, come on. And she comes over.
She says that to Edna, like, I know there's only one person that Bob would trust to stitch up his uniform. That's you, Edna.
Oh, she does say that. Okay.
Yeah, to him. Yeah. She doesn't talk to herself that whole scene. She talks to, it's like...
No, she's on the phone because isn't she she's... What is she doing?
She's vacuuming.
Thank you.
Then, while she's vacuuming, she just finds the hair and it's like, Edna. And she calls Edna and like, there's only one person I know Bob will fix my suit, and that's you, bitch.
Yeah, it's like, and again, like, when you talk about Edna having all the moments that are iconic, Edna mode and guest.
Yeah.
Like, just fucking juggernaut moments, man. Everything good. Everything just worth it, enjoyable, 10 out of 10 all the time when she's on screen. And again, that's when we get the legendary, again, so when I wrote this down, I thought, alright, this is very much like, they don't have tools. What you realize in this universe is the heroes don't have, like, weapons or tools. What they have is their suit. And so, very much like in a Bond movie, like, you get this Q from Bond moment, like Edna is Q from, like, Q to Bond, where she builds in these features for the suit to have technology. So you get this very much like weapons, but it's a suit thing. So it's like,
sorry to cut you off. Yeah, that is a good point. Like, I keep saying Mission Impossible. There's also some Bond inspiration there.
It's both, yeah.
Even though Mission Impossible was inspired by Bond.
Because remember, Mission Impossible was still very new, and there was only the last movie before this was 2.
And there was a TV show.
Right, but I'm saying, like, in terms of the relevance,
as old as he was.
Yeah, I'm just saying, at the time, Bond was much bigger than Mission Impossible in relevance by a mile. Like,
yes,
everyone knew what Bond was. Not everyone knew what Mission Impossible was in 2004. That wouldn't be for another probably 10 years. But
I was saying, like, I should. In terms of a spy thriller, I keep bringing Mission Impossible. I forgot to think about James Bond as well, and I keep thinking about Mission Impossible because, like, last week my life was nothing but Mission Impossible because I saw all, like, 7 movies.
Yeah. So, while this is happening, on the other, what's up?
No, you're about to see Mission Impossible again.
I was, yeah. So Mr. Incredible was again, when you talk about investigating at night, these are some of the there's some, again, great, like, very well directed scenes, very suspenseful scenes. So he's sneaking around on the island, he throws one of those carts up in the air. One of those trams up in the air, it smacks the guards, breaks the fence open. Again, you have the moonlit night, it's the silhouette of the moon, and then such a well-directed angle. Like, you have some really good angled shots here, while he's going through and he's, getting to the point of, like, trying to figure out what's going on. That's where you get to the computer scene, which I think there we go. Which, again, the computer scene is, again, when you talk about moments that are fucking
it's definitely
fantastic.
Like Syndrome's masturbatory room.
Oh my god.
It's like,
yeah.
I would love a room like this. Just like one giant screen that covers the entire fucking wall. And just like one seat in the middle. I'd watch so many movies in that room. I'd probably never leave.
Well, it's the super mega IMAX screen at the time.
Yeah, dude. Fucking, like, I'm just like imagining myself playing fucking Sonic Unleashed on that fucking TV screen.
Yeah.
If I ever get rich, I'm replicating that room.
It's clearly like an evil man's lair.
Oh yeah.
It's so good. Like, it's such a stupid evil man's lair. It's a long walk away to this computer desk at the end, surrounded by nothing but emptiness and a big screen at the end. Like,
whoever gets rich and replicates that room, that is like
A+.
That is a confirmed masturbatory right there.
A+. Again, like, the thing is, like, this is genuinely, when you talk about the build up to this scene, because it's like the music is very suspenseful in the beginning, and then he gets to the dinner scene again, but he's trying to open the door, and so he uses the fucking tiki, the fucking Easter Island head knockoff thing, and he opens the door, all that stuff, and Helen at the same time is like trying to figure out what's happening, and so he's looking through. He gets to the computer and he's logging in and all that shit because he figured that out already. And
Helen's gonna find out Bob was lying.
But they're lined up so well, and the music is starting to swell simultaneous. So again, it is A+. There's when you talk about payoff in terms of great direction, the score selected for the time, the implication of what's being displayed, because what's being displayed on screen is not only that Elastigirl Helen is finding out that Bob is lying, but also that Bob is figuring out that all of these heroes are dead. That all of these heroes are dead, that if they did defeat the robot, then they die in the next one, and that Frozone's the next one, like you brought up, and that it's like they're looking for Helen as well. And so, again, it's like, I love how, again, you have quick cuts, it's especially at the end. The claustrophobia, when the music's at its peak, and then it fades out because, of course, he gets caught, and the fucking, the signal goes off, the tracking beacon. We don't realize it's a tracking beacon, but it is a tracking beacon, because Frozone brings it up later. But all the fucking, if you want a weapon that makes the audience feel claustrophobic, that was the perfect choice, because you feel it. You're like, what the fuck?
And before that, Bob finds a skeleton of, one of the dudes, and he was like, what the fuck is going on here?
Gazer beam, I think.
Yeah, laser beam. It's like, I think I know that guy. What is... he died here? What the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah. He's very, what the... yeah.
And, with that computer scene, you have to realize, okay, so Syndrome's been doing this whole charade with everybody. He's been inviting... Because, Bob is not the only, because even Frozone said in the beginning, he also knows somebody who's having trouble adjusting to the superhero life. Right. So everyone's going through the same thing where, they miss the glory days of being a superhero. And Syndrome is setting up the same trap where he is giving people, a job where, hey, you can be a superhero again. Just come to this private island and try to defeat this robot.
Yeah.
And, and they die defeating that robot, and if they do succeed in defeating the robot, they'll just bring him back to the next one.
And he hates supers so, again, it's he's systematically killing off this special breed of people, because that's what they are. He's systematically killing them off. The implications of what he's doing cannot be overstated. He is fucking serious of what he's doing, and it's fucking insane.
Oh, yeah.
But again, he's killing them off, and he will be the only one that is left by the end of it that will then be playing the puppet strings of what is and isn't real. Because again, if everyone's super, no one is.
Yes, and he wanted Mr. Incredible is the only one that he's treating differently with all this, because first of all, Mr. was smart enough to figure out how to defeat the first robot.
The first one.
So well. He was it impressed him, but also he wanted to come after Mr. Incredible personally, because that was his biggest hero back in the day.
Yes. Because
I don't think he just showed up for because everybody died to what everybody from what it looks like, sounds like, everyone died to his robots. All the other superheroes died to that fucking robot, or to one of his fucking robots.
Yes, because either they would live one. I think there's only one person that got out of it. It might have even been Gazer Beam, but only one person defeated one of the robots, lived, but then would die in the next scene.
Yeah,
the next robot.
Yeah, from the next robot. And for Mr. Incredible, Syndrome just came out himself to kill him.
Right. Yeah.
Because he was just so excited to meet him again and just sell it personally.
Yes, he wanted to end it himself. So the jet scene that comes up, because it's alright, Helen's alright, something's up, he's on an island, this isn't right, I'm gonna fucking figure it out myself. I'm just gonna go. And she's like, I need a fucking jet. She's trying to get the family to fucking chill out. They see that they have suits. They're like, this is interesting, whatever. And she's like, you're not going, but they go anyway. They get on the plane. The plane, by the way, was supposed to originally be, that was one of Brad Bird's favorite things that he wanted to keep in, was the pilot that was going to be involved. But it was later realized that because he would have had to give the character so much more development time, it chewed into what would have been given to the family. Thus, it had to be taken out. and also gave Helen something more to do. And it made the scene more emotional to begin with, and just stronger overall. If you remember, so at the very end of the scene, Helen looks down at the plane, and obviously the deleted scene is that it's not like he's in that fucking capsule. So of course it's a much bigger deal that she looks down. That's why when she looks down, it's like, why is she looking down? Is it just because it was so close that they got impacted? Or was there something else? And obviously something else was that it was a pilot. But the plane sequence itself, fuck, man. When you're talking about the fact that you have the desk sequence, and then not too far after that, you have this sequence where it's like, all right, I'm on a plane. You got missiles incoming. Syndrome's kind of doesn't know what's going on, but he thinks it's a fucking Fed. So he's like, hey, man, what the fuck's up with this thing? I gotta send missiles, because, fuck it, I don't know what this is. And he's Mr. Incredible has no clue, like, what the fuck's going on. So he's like, fuck it, I don't know what this is. Fuck you. But when we learn, or when he, like, I love the emotion of Mr. Incredible's fucking, like, he's pleading. He's fucking emotional. He's like, man, can you, don't, please.
We have children aboard in this plane.
Yes.
But my fucking kids are there too?
Yes. And it's so fucking good. It's sold so genuine, like so genuinely, like when you talk about voice actors at their fucking best, this scene is it. Syndrome is so sinister in this scene. Bob is pleading so much in this scene. Helen is trying to find her best way to get out of the scene. The kids themselves feel and are genuinely nervous, and you believe it. None of it feels like bullshitty. The missiles are getting closer and closer and closer, and she's avoiding them all, and she's doing as much as she can. But there's a point where she can't, and the fucking thing blows. And it's like, damn. And obviously, it's like, she saves him. But, it's such a goddamn good scene for something that lasts maybe like 3 minutes.
And you see the dread on Mr. Incredible's face, where like he feels like he's lost everything because he thinks they killed him.
Yeah. Because again, like when you look at the fact of what made him happy, it was that he was applying himself to being a hero while simultaneously being able to feel good while being around his family at the same time.
And the reason I captured the screenshot of this moment, because like this is the kid's first like superheroing, and this is like they look kind of like shocked because it's the first time like they're truly seeing their mom use her powers.
That's a good. I didn't even recognize that. That's a good point.
Yeah. Like that's why I love this whole scene. If you look, because like a lot of this is from the kid's perspective, and like when you see the kid's perspective, like this is their first adventure outing. This is the first time they're using superpowers, and like it's another thing about the world building is like it's like the thing about the society, them living in the society is like. They were born with these superpowers, and they just have these powers. They're not allowed to use them or exercise them. So, like, what is their purpose in life? What can they use these for? Because they can't be superheroes,
right?
But like, and they have to be regular citizens. But they just have these powers, and what can they do with them? And like, they're just kind of stuck with them. Because like, imagine if like I was born with the ability to like shoot like a plasma beam out of my chest. I can't really just like use that out in society like that, but like I still want to do it. It's still cool, but like I can't just like use it inside the house and destroy shit. I can't use it out in public because I mean there can be casualties. Also, like I don't want people to find out about plasma beam. I can get arrested by the government and shit. Right. And it's like my only thing is I probably have to go.
You're forgetting that also. Let's say the government that you're under also has enforced that you can't as well.
Oh yeah, that too.
Yeah.
Well, he'll still be after me either way.
Right.
But like.
But you can't.
Yeah, I can't. I can't use this for anything. But like, if there was like, if I could be a superhero and there were super villains, I can beat them up with my fucking plasma chest, and like, that would at least exercise that ability.
Yes.
But like, without that, it's just like you're stuck with this talent, this gift you have, but like you're not allowed to use it, and they're like. And like your whole life, you're just questioning why you have this. What can I use this for? And like sometimes it just comes out and it's just a nuisance to you.
Yeah.
And like it's showcased with that with Mr. Incredible and the super strength of that car, and it's
well, he just slips on the skateboard.
Huh?
He just slips on the not even the anger part, but just it slips. He slips on the skateboard and he just that.
He just easily just like. At least dents on the car that keeps it from closing, and he can't even get angry because he he just like closes the car door, breaks it.
Yes.
And like he's cutting Dash's plate. He just breaks the plate open.
Yes. Absolutely.
And like, and that's what I love about this movie. It shows like it's the first like superhero movie to like, as far as I know, to show like what would happen if you just have these superpowers and you try to use them in like you just had them with you during using in with your mundane everyday life. Like if you just like had them naturally, they could be a hassle to you.
So before that, in the X-Men that came out in 2000, they definitely knocked that out.
I haven't seen that. I haven't seen that movie yet.
Both of those are situations where both of them really delve into, and I think that's why they're so good for their time, is they both delve into what is it in a human world, in a mostly human world, how do you deal with it on a normal scale, especially when governments and humans in general are scared of it. It affects humans in a way that freaks them out. How do you deal with that on an everyday level? Like that was done by the X-Men, but the fact that it's done in a family dynamic here is, I think, the specialty that they do well. Yes. That's the difference.
Well, just random info for the audience. If you see me looking this way, it's because me and Bryan are actually in the same room and I'm looking
at the power of production value.
I have the camera in this direction. It's because it's the most best angle for me to be behind within the frame of this backdrop.
Yes. Now why are you telling them you're not in Chicago, Mark? What the fuck are you doing?
I mean, in Chicago.
You broke the building.
I tapped the window.
You broke the building. What are you doing?
There's been a second fist.
Oh my god. But all right. So and it's sad that, you know, it's great, but it's sad that Dash's first use of his powers genuinely is to motorboat his mom. Yeah. Thank you, Mark. The only thing you have, you don't have them in the cave. You know, the really good moment. You have her as...
Because I want to talk about this.
Yes, but there was a good point before that. All right.
I'm not horny. I'm just asexual. I just think this moment is funny because...
Just put it on the 3. Thank you. Go ahead. What are you about to say? God damn it, Mark.
I just think.
What do you have to say about this?
Because I thought it's funny because this is like a fan servicey scene right here.
It is.
But I mean, it's also a good scene to showcase Elastigirl's powers. But like they knew what they were doing.
Yes.
And just because also she does not her model in her regular clothes. I swear they do not have those type of curves.
No, she's literally just normal, normal human mom. Not curve Barbie doll tight fucking
they give that model curves, but because it's a case of the Road of El Dorado where the animators just want to have fun.
Yes.
With the character child, they love you can tell the animators love animating her, and I think with this scene the animators just love animating. A elastic.
Well, again, you didn't get to do this in any Pixar movie because all the other Pixar movies.
Humans,
that's what I'm saying. That's the other thing. It's none of the other characters in Pixar up to this point are I'm gonna make them sexualized adults. And this is the first movie where, again, the
technology wasn't there for Andy's mom, so.
Oh yeah.
The technology wasn't there for Andy's mom at the time.
They would focus on that with Andy's mom.
But this is funny video about how do all Pixar moms have fat asses, and it's this guy yelling.
So I think the video that I saw is no, because he looks through Pixar he looks through other studios that aren't Pixar, which bugs the fuck out of me. He's such a dumbass. I forget who it is, but I know.
My favorite one is Coco. I can't tell they have fat because they're all bones.
Yeah. So I appreciate Mark for putting this fucking picture up. We'll have to say this. So
because because Brad Bird mentions in a commentary it was this is inspired because I have sisters and how females judge themselves a lot. And I'm just thinking, the reason you put this in. The reason the animators...
You can't say that on a Pixar commentary.
Oh,
that's he's not gonna be like, well, us here in the animation booth wanted to do something a little sexy.
We animators one hand.
Again, the rating of this is PG, so you're not gonna say the word sexy on the fucking thing. So.
Also the part.
We're still talking about.
I'm sorry. There's a part when she gets her leg cut.
Yes. No, she just gets stuck in the door. Yes.
I know, but when her like leg gets out of there.
Yes.
And like her fucking body just like slams in the door with all the rest of them.
Yes, absolutely. So in that scene, by the way, only for a brief moment you get the hey guys, my bum is stuck in the other door. You only get that for a second before she opens it, and then it's over. And then she looks at herself or whatever. But now I have to say this, and this fucking picture's on screen. But getting back to seriousness, Elastigirl Helen has to say something in the cave that they're in, because they think it's a cave at that point, that every Guardian kind of knows that they have to, they know they have to give this speech. They hope that the kid understands when they say the speech, but the whole speech and this is just genuine parenting moment. Hey, these fucking bad guys are assholes. And this is just something that you genuinely say to your kids. Like, hey, these strangers around you, these adults, they are not like us. They don't give a fuck. And some of them will try and take you. It is not like a cartoon. They will fucking kill you. They will kidnap you, whatever. And that's just a genuine, good parenting connection moment between The Incredibles and real life. And I do appreciate that. Because, again, it just humanizes these characters more. Again, when we see,
go back to the kids, because they're, I don't have a screenshot of this one, but, they're, while she's finding out about the rocket and shit during the scene.
Yes.
And meanwhile, the kids are just, in the cave, and Dash is just getting bored, I'm gonna explore the cave.
Yeah, I have a point about this. Go ahead, keep going.
Oh, yeah, I'm just gonna explore the cave, and then the rocket, it ignites, and it, if Dash didn't freaking explore the cave, they would have been fried. Or at least their heads would have been.
So what I love is, again, there's a lead up to this, because, again, we had Bob doing this snooping around, but he was getting to finding out what's going on with the robots. So now we know we have the piece about the robots, but it's all right, but what else is there? And she's snooping around. What's good about this is, number one, we get more of the bad guy's lair, but number two, it's we get shown this rocket 2 or 3 times. First time, interesting. Second time, she's now interested. Third time, she stops, looks at it. So it's okay, we kind of know this is important. Number one, it's a rocket. What the fuck's a rocket doing here? Third time, we see that the rocket is getting loaded with the robot. So we already knew that the rocket was going to be sent in. So we know that this plan is not in the future far off. It's literally about to happen. So simultaneously, and again, this is what I love, is it's being loaded into it. We see that the tech, the enemy, the bad guys, are literally programming this robot to launch. Simultaneous, the audience is being shown that this is not a cave. And again, talking about the musical score, and I know you brought this up already, but again, it's the musical score. This is, again, peak editing. Plane scene, fucking desk scene, this scene. And this is short, but this has to do with the kids this time. Where it's like you said, Dash is bored, he keeps walking, and he's mesmerized. But you know what's going on. As an audience member, you already know. So you're get the fuck out of there, Dash. It's like a horror movie. Get the fuck out of there, Dash. What are you doing? Get the fuck out of there. And you see that the rocket's about to launch, and then they launch it, and, it all happens quick. He gets her out of the way, but it's fuck, in that moment.
They're suited to fireproof. I think their heads would have just been fried off.
Yeah, well, yeah, of course. Yeah, their heads would have been fucked.
And their bodies would just still been there. It'd been horrifying.
Yes.
By the way, the reason I caught this moment, because it's a meme. I caught every big meme of this.
And the next one's not really. I mean, all right.
The next
one's fine. You're so far ahead, though.
Because these are my points.
God damn.
I didn't think we were going through the whole movie like this. I thought we was gonna keep it short.
Sorry, it's hard to keep it short because it's a gold movie.
I was trying to, I thought we was gonna skip ahead at some points, but we're going through the whole thing, so I'm gonna keep that in mind. And next time we're going through a movie chat, it's gonna take up the whole day.
Yeah.
That's just it.
That's the unfortunate.
Because we still have some. I'm gonna try to be faster. We have some after movie stuff to go through with this as well.
Okay. But go ahead.
Yeah, I remember when I was a kid, just looking at the scene, it was it's funny because it is a fun scene where it's showing how her powers can be troublesome.
Yeah.
Because it's just it's fun how she's just getting stuck between doors with her. It's very creative use of the her stretchiness.
Yes.
It's very creative use of her stretchiness.
Absolutely. Yes,
as a kid, when I was seeing that scene, I was it's funny. She's using her stretchiness and she's getting stuck. And as an adult watching the scene, Jesus God, they were horny.
Yeah, 100%. Because doesn't she, like, also there's just moments where, like, it's, like, very, not sensual, but it's, like, she grabs the security guy's face, she's, like, holding it very sensually, and then she, like, punches it.
Fire!
Yeah, it's, like, full punch. And I love it. I love all of it. But let me get the fuck off this finally. Thank God. All right.
That's you! You have control over that! That's not me!
Well, it was important to keep it on that because you were talking about it for so long. Thank you, Mark. Also, we skipped past all the shit that
Mark is putting up porn, making me horny during these fucking podcasts.
Anyway, so we're, again, you know, they meet up, you know, because, again, we get back to fucking Mr. Crumple. He's somber and shit. He gets fucking released, and it's like, fuck, like, he's fucking done. He's ready to kill anything. Like, he's fucking mad and furious. The fucking silver hair tells him that the family's alive and they're on the island, and of course the moment that he's fucking happy about it, gives her a hug. Elastigirl sees it, and thankfully they don't hang on this for too long. She gets angry, but we don't see all of it. We just get the beginning where they're running to get to the kids, and then at the end when they get to the point where they're near the kids.
No, she's angry, but Bob doesn't just argue with her because he's just happy that she's alive.
Yeah, there's literally they start running, and then by the time they're in the jungle, he's like, "You're still mad about this, but I'm just happy to see that you're alive."
Yeah, there would be a big argument scene, but they're constantly in danger, so like it just bypasses all that, and that's what's great about it.
Yeah, I've done that before, where it's like, I'm serious. This is a moment where I'm serious, and I'm like, you look adorable. I don't give a fuck. I'm glad to see you. But yeah, like, so again, now we get to the juicy part of the movie, and the juicy part of the movie. There we go. Thank you, God, Mark.
That's the trailer shot.
That's the trailer shot.
Yes.
Yeah.
That literally is a trailer.
Thanks for fucking. All right, let me see if I can.
Also, Brad Bird says that in the commentary.
All right. Well.
By the way, I didn't listen to the commentary yesterday. I like when I watched this movie on repeat, it would be with the commentary. I remember that commentary like from,
nice.
Just as well this movie.
Gotcha.
But like, even Brad Bird mentioned that it was like this is a trailer shot in the commentary. But like this is a good shot. I love that shot. But like the reason I caught that screen, because there's a reason. I can explain every reason for every screenshot. Go to the one before that. Again, seeing the kids' perspective, they're like, "Whoa!" This is their first time they're seeing, because you know, probably Bob tells
them stories about the past.
them stories about the heydays, and they're just like, "Oh, that's cool. I wish we were there to see it." But like, this is their first time like seeing their parents being absolute badasses and using their powers is like the coolest shit they ever seen, and they're just like, "Whoa, that is amazing!" It's just like this uplifting moment from the kids' perspective. You're just like amazed with them, and then like it goes to the next slide where it's like,
wait, you make a really good point though. I had never thought about that at all. The entire time I watched this, and I'm glad that we're talking about this. I had never thought about the fact that their perspective is, holy shit, I'm seeing my parents be these legendary heroes again for the first time in real life.
Yeah, and like now they're working with them. They're just like they're a part of the action with them, and like now they're fighting as a family. This is the Fantastic Four. This is like the Fantastic Four right here.
Yes, and even before that, you know, as it's like they're trying to get together, figure it all out. The Dash and Vi, where they're both together, where it's just Dash and Vi because they get a moment here, and this has again some of the best editing. Some of like the whole movie. I keep saying this has the best editing. That has the best editing. It continues the streak of great editing and production value in this movie because there are some when Dash is running away. You got quick cuts, great fucking scoring, just awesome action. He's feeling himself in that moment, and you love every second of it. You know, like even when it's tense and he's like in that cave and he's going back and forth. It's like he finds a way out.
I love the designs of those fucking those things. The mooks are riding.
They feel straight out of like something out of like Clone Wars or Star Wars.
Yes,
but it works for this universe. So sci-fi.
Yes.
Yeah, but they're so cool, but they're so dangerous. So that's why you feel it. It's like they're just blades in the mid, like on the outside, which is what's scary about them. You know.
And they don't know how to. What are those mooks are? They don't know how to freaking drive those things because they just like crashing into each other constantly and shit.
Yeah, and you would think like, how much action do they get? Because it's mostly just the robots that are fighting. That the heroes are fighting. They're not really fighting the bad guys. So, you know, it's like this might have been even the first bit of action that they really got in a long time.
Yes.
But either way, it's like Violet still needs to, I think, figure out her powers, as you can tell, because she gets saved by Dash punching the guy that you remember because
but she accidentally figures it out at that moment.
She does, yes.
Because she finds like she can float within her force field.
Absolutely.
And like her and Dash can do like a tag team move, and like whereas like she kind of makes a hamster ball for Dash,
yes,
and she can stay in place, and it's like, and they're again this through their perspective, this is like this moment is their story. Like, not only are they seeing their parents in action, they are learning about their powers.
Yes.
And it's like this is a great moment in the movie because like this is like because like the movie wasn't about the kids in the beginning until it gets to this section. But like you go through their whole entire arc at this point of the movie.
What you get here again, like the true brilliance of this family team up point is like you just can't tell how. You can just tell how unstoppable they could be once they all have their powers honed.
Yes.
Like, and this shot is why Incredibles 2 sucks so much.
Oh yeah.
Like I don't want to talk about that at all. I'm just saying this scene alone is why Incredibles 2
We'll
sucks.
get to it by the end, but like I just want to get back to this scene. It's like you can cut to the next slide because the action is well cut. The music is swelling up.
Yes.
With like. It's getting more intense, some more action, so much quick cuts. This is like probably one of the best. I'll say this is the best action in the movie. And then like the best part about it, because you don't see it coming, it just gets broken up by Syndrome coming out of nowhere, like whoa, what's going on here? It's like the director yelling cut.
Literally.
Yeah, it's like the director yelling cut in the middle. He just breaks up the action, just like freeze everyone.
Yes.
And everything the scene just stops. And it's like, this is probably the greatest moment in like almost any superhero movie because it's just so well, it's so badass and it's so well cut and it just stops at the best time.
Hey Ryan Johnson, that's what is it? Something expectations.
Yeah.
Fucking subverting your expectations.
Yeah.
This is subverting your expectations. Well executed. Because you think they're about to go on a fucking rampage. You don't know what's going to happen next. And then, like you said, quick cut. Beautiful.
Yes.
Beautiful.
And I just love Syndrome breaking everything. And he's just like holding up like holding up the family like as if they're action figures.
Yes. Like,
I
got
you married Alaska girl and you got busy.
Yes.
So I hit the jackpot. He's so
it's gonna be good.
He's speaking in a funny voice and he's just so cocky. It's just like a wonderful moment. It's like the best scene with Syndrome too.
Rated T for teen.
Super strength. Super speed. Invisibility. Elasticity. These are your powers. The only way to survive being the Incredibles is to truly be incredible. Disney presents a Pixar film, The Incredibles video game, available now.
So, Syndrome's assistant, the woman that has been critical to this movie, or not critical to the movie, but just associated with finding Mr. Incredible and being a part of Mr. Incredible, being a part of this so-called organization, essentially basically doing a good job selling this shell company as if it's something different.
Yeah, which is not clear if that Syndrome's like assistant or
lover, or it seems like it's something in the middle because she's very hurt with the idea that he plays around with like her livelihood. Because I don't think it's ever gotten this close to someone like being, because it's never been. Remember, the robot usually goes, kills the fucking guy, moves on. You know what I mean? It's never like, oh shit, now my life is being threatened.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So he got to that point and he was comfortable with it, and that's where she, gets to the point where she's okay with it. Okay with helping them out. Because, funny enough, it's very funny because Bob is having this valuable family speech moment, and Violet is just like, I got a way out of here. Yeah, alright, Dad, good job, great speech, we're good, release. And, they're like trying to figure out how to get going, and they see and Dash thinks up the rocket, and it's like, oh, fuck, okay. And the woman helps them out, So, simultaneously, this rocket has fired off the robot in downtown Whateverland. And we've got the man, the myth, the legend, Samuel L. Jackson saying the words, "Where's my super suit?"
By the way.
Yes.
This is like a funny moment of just like, of like him actually arguing with his wife.
Because again, it's just a relatable moment.
Yeah.
But it's just a real moment. It's I
like to call this moment "Black People Being Black."
Oh my god!
You just gotta have a black moment. This is a black moment.
I don't think it's a black moment. I just think the character is black, and thus you give the moment to it. It's a
relatable black moment.
I'm saying if this movie didn't have a black character in it, they wouldn't probably have done the black moment. But because it had a black character, then you do the black character moment. And I think it fits
exactly.
And it's not racist. It's just funny as fuck. That's why.
It's not racist. It's relatable.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. That's why it's so iconic. Because of course it's like
there we go.
What? Oh.
It was on Me Alone because we were checking my scene.
Right, but I am your wife. I'm the greatest good you are ever gonna get.
Yeah. They have a design for her.
Do they?
Yeah, because you don't. It's funny. I don't think you see her in Incredibles 2 either.
Interesting.
But she's a thick woman. She's a thick black woman. But they have no. Well, that's the only way I can describe her.
Right.
She's big.
Yeah.
She's not fat, but plump.
I see.
I'm making.
Well, she doesn't have superpowers anyway, so
there's design sheets with her, so they have a design what Honey looks like.
Yeah, if she was going to be involved, they knew what the plan was for her character design.
I'll try to put it up, but keep talking.
But yeah, we see that it's causing destruction. The city is in danger, and he needs to get out there and help save the day here. We get, by the way, and thanks for not putting this in here, the RV moment. Again, fucking fantastic. Because, again, I think that it's funny that when they are the highest they are in the air, the writers chose to bring them down to earth again. Because it's like, we have some good quotes, like we have, the kids, they're just sitting there bored. Are we there yet? And of course Bob is like a fucking dad, just like, we'll get there when we get there. Like he's just like as if they've been asking a billion times. Like he's not, like it's so good and fitting. I also love, of course, once they get onto the highway, it's like it's just the wife and the husband and they're arguing. It's like classic TV couple, just or just regular couples. Like it's like, especially before Google, before MapQuest, just like, all right, do I get off here because it's faster down here? No, take the next exit because the next exit will bypass it. It's like, no, I'm going to take this exit. No, take that. It's like,
I know it's like it's a husband and wife arguing over the road. I've seen my parents argue like this over
anything.
Yes,
same, but it's like but it's
over driving too.
Right. And it's so so well executed. You know what I mean? Like it's so well executed and genuine. Do you have that picture yet, Mark?
I almost did my computer's acting slow. Just keep talking.
We don't need it. We're passing by it, Mark. It's passing by, because we're over here now, and we're talking about this because we're talking about the city battle, Mark. Now, so at this point.
You're talking.
Jesus Christ! What the? Oh my God! Because you're just gonna interrupt it with, "Look, here's the carrot." This is the thing. That's what.
Well, welcome to the ScreenBlast Podcast.
Oh my God.
I mean, CartoonChat.
Oh my God! Yeah. Of course, this is a good moment for everyone, for me to bring up the fact that, of course, you can find this podcast, of course, on every podcast service. You can find it, of course, on YouTube. And if you have any questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, or ideas, make sure to send them to screenblastpodcast@gmail.com. That's screenblastpodcast, all lowercase, @gmail.com. What else am I thinking of? Again, if you have any questions, ideas, topics that you want to bring up,
I found it.
He's going to send us into the matrix here.
There he is.
Ah, okay. Yeah, that's cool. That was totally worth 3 minutes of searching. But good to understand. I see.
Well, yeah, because it's funny, even in Incredibles 2, they don't show her design.
Did you notice that, by the way, the sketches are not as attractive as the CGI characters?
Oh, yeah, because they're stylized. The style is completely, especially if you look the style inspiration they were going for by the end credits of the film itself.
Yeah.
It's because it doesn't, of course, the film doesn't look like flat like that, but it is somewhat inspired by that kind of style they're going for.
Yeah, the bam pow comic. Yeah. It's not totally comic, but you get what I'm saying. That flat tone 50s wallpaper kind of thing style that they were going for. But
we are resumed, right?
Yes, we've been resumed the whole time. Yeah. Remember, I would have brought something up if it wasn't. So again, like before, so Bob has, so the RV goes, and what's beautiful is, they're flipping around, and the kids are all good. They're just having the time of their lives, and it's like you see them looking at each other, and it's like they're happy about it. They love this, even though it's like chaos or whatever to anyone else. But of course, Bob goes and he wants to do his own thing by himself. Just like, I'm going to do it on my own. And of course, what I love is Elastigirl responds immediately with the line from the beginning. Well, I watch helplessly from the sidelines. I don't think so.
Yeah.
Like, so good. Revolves back from the beginning. And, what I didn't... again, these are things that, it's like I didn't pick up on at any point before. But I love the fact, maybe because the dialogue is so low, you don't catch it. But Bob says, like, he doesn't want them to go out because he saw... It references back to what he saw on the data bank, where all the heroes died because of all of the dead heroes it took to get there. Like, he's like, I don't want to lose you because of what... He says some quote that, like, is so low volume, about, like, the other people that died there. Like, he's like, this fucking robot, to get to this point, has taken out so many other heroes. And it's not just that you could die being out there. It's that this robot is so critically powerful that it could go fucking AWOL. By the way, at the same time, Syndrome has gone fucking... was so stupid and so arrogant that he built an AI robot before AI writing, of course, became a super thing. But he built an AI robot that was learning on the fly, and it figured out that the fucking remote that he was using, the Apple Watch he was using, was powering and controlling the robot. So the robot said, "Fuck you."
What was stupid is why would he keep the AI active while he's fighting it? Because I assume
arrogance.
It'll be on the remote to turn that shit off, like just manual mode.
Yeah, just arrogance. So but he hits the wall and he goes to sleep. Gets fucking concussed, and now it's their time to take.
He doesn't even have a backup plan. Like, he should have a fucking self-destruct button on if not on his suit, somewhere at his base or some shit. Like, just call it. Hey, turn the fucking robot off. It's fucking me up.
Yes, yeah, just a little too much arrogance. I think everything, by the way, again, I think this is what makes them beautiful, as a couple, and I think this is what makes the family great. Again, this battle scene to me is not as good as the family Fantastic Four moment we see on the island. But I do love it. This is the final battle. It's not that it's bad. It's like everyone takes a turn that's important.
At this part, it's like this is like the superhero action scene because as soon as they leave the volcano island, that's when they leave that the whole spy thriller section of the movie.
Yes.
This is where it just changes to a full-on superhero final battle scene.
Right.
A fight in the city before it was overdone.
100%. Yeah, and before it was overdone. That's good.
A lot of superhero movies end with a fight in the city and a lot of buildings being destroyed.
Yeah,
not even just superhero movies, just action. A lot of action movies in general, with big scale, with a
Zack Snyder. Yeah, so Zack Snyder overdoing it. Yeah,
yes.
Yeah. I do appreciate that. Again. Now I don't know. By the way, if Brad Bird had the technology he had now, I don't know if he wouldn't have made the fucking destruction a little more hey, we're gonna bash this, we're gonna break that. But in what we see in execution now of the movie back then is. This is all focused just around battling heroes.
Oh yeah, actually, speaking of that, I think Iron Giant kind of ends his way too, because Iron Giant goes berserk in his city at the end of this movie.
Interesting. 2 for 2. 2 for 2. I don't. No, it's on a boat, which was a really dumb idea. Incredibles 2, on a boat, I think.
It was on a boat. It was on a boat. They were trying to stop him.
I don't want to remember that.
They were trying to stop a lady.
God,
they're trying to stop the evil lady.
So
from
fucking
doing some
stupid. Anyway, so
it wasn't fighting the city.
Again, I don't want to. Again, I Frozone. I know they wanted to give him something to do, but he really didn't have much to do here. He was just trying to do what he could do, and which was nothing. You're putting up ice again. It's I'm gonna slow it down, and now the only thing he does do is he puts ice on the ground because the robot's stupid enough to send out its claw, and so it slips it.
It's slowing it down a little bit. He's trying to. It's there's not much he can do because the robot's too strong to freeze up. So he's trying to help out somewhat, but he is still useful within the moment.
Yes.
But the robot's too strong for all of them. They're just because the tense moment of that scene is like the robot is so powerful, like none of them can like stop alone with their powers,
right?
And they're trying to figure out how can they destroy that thing, because the reason it keeps killing superheroes is because the damn thing is
adapting.
It not only is adapting, it is indestructible. I don't know like how Syndrome got access to vibranium, because that thing is made out of fucking vibranium, because it's like it's stronger than any fucking military grade weapon they have.
100%.
By the way, like that's also another bit of lore that Syndrome got rich by selling his weapons. So I wonder, like, if like the military has like some powerful weapons from Syndrome, has like some sci-fi shit they have. But
I mean, that would just tie into a whole thing of, you know, you could basically make a Suicide Squad story.
I'm just curious about that side of the story. Like, who did he sell his weapons to?
Boeing.
Yeah. You know, also
Northrop Grumman. Nothing like the military-industrial complex of America to take some of Syndrome's weaponry and say, hey, we can use this, especially in 2004. They would have no problem using that tech. Come on.
I mean, is it like fucking Spider-Man Homecoming when the Vulture was selling his tech, the tech he found from the alien shit?
Basically,
yeah.
but on a higher scale, you know. Yeah. Especially if he said, hey guys, this kills heroes. So you're fine by killing other evil people. You'll be fine. You know, but you know, like there are, like when I said the stuff about Frozen, I don't think that it's bad, because again, like when you get to the climax point of that battle itself, it's like you get some really cool action shots where it's like, I'm gonna try and slow it down. He's doing some cool ass, like he pulls out his fucking skis that turn into a fucking like sled whatever.
You see how like where that thing comes from?
Yeah, and it's so cool, and he's like, you know, firing shit that's not doing much, but it's still awesome. And then like he helps Dash out by, you know, freezing the tidal wave. All of it's cool. I'm not saying it's not cool, but it doesn't do much against the fucking robot, which is the point. But it's still cool. Like
I think it's like the first the first major movie in cinema to like.
You're gonna keep saying that. I'm gonna bring out Blade.
Blade came before this?
Yes, Mark. Jesus. Also, Meteor Man, a very cool black reference from the past. I think that's from the late '80s, Meteor Man. So yeah, Mark, you keep saying these things. I can keep throwing them back at you. You know. I didn't know Brad Bird was fucking Edna, but I do know that there were black superheroes before fucking Incredibles.
He's kind of a mercenary.
Like
a mercenary for fucking vampires.
Well, he's still a hero in Marvel's book. You know. Anyway. Everything but
so like fucking people who didn't want vampire. I mean, he's not super.
So what's funny is at the end of this battle, you kind of get the idea that like it could end. It could just be. You feel like everything's good. Syndrome's like, oh, and you don't think anything's really good.
This is a part of the Pixar formula where it's like you think the movie ends, but it's not, because it happens in Toy Story where like, oh, they got away from Sid. That's the end of the movie. Oh no, they got kept at the truck. Bugs. Bugs. I didn't have that sort of thing.
Oh my god.
But like.
Why are you on Looney Tunes?
Huh?
Why are you on Looney Tunes? Bugs.
Huh? What?
Because you
Bug's
said
Life.
Oh, is that what you were reaching at? A Bug's Life?
I was talking about Pixar movies.
Oh, I was like, you just said Bugs, so you know you.
Yeah, that's short for A Bug's Life. I was talking about Pixar movies. I thought you'd catch on.
Who calls A Bug's Life Bugs?
A couple people. Well, I've listened to a lot of podcasts. Like,
when
they're talking about the context of Pixar movies, when they start, because like people don't start straight up calling it Bugs out of nowhere. But like if you're trying to shorten it. Like with the context of Pixar movies, you just say Bugs.
That's like Captain America: Winter Soldier being called Winter. Hey, so in Winter, it was a good movie. Like what?
I just call that movie Winter Soldier.
Right. Like Bug's Life. You just call it Bug.
Yeah, just call it Bugs.
Yeah, like Bugs Bunny.
Because it fits in like Cars. I think that was also the original title for the movie too. That was
Cars was going to be Bug's Life.
No. The original title for A Bug's Life was just called. It was called Bugs. That was the original title.
Just Bug's Life, or Bugs.
Bugs.
That would have been.
That's why they changed it.
Yeah.
That's why they changed it.
Yeah, I see why.
But like Cars could have been a better name, but they just call it Cars.
I see.
I've heard people call Toy Story toys.
That is stupid. Who the? If anyone out there calls Toy Story toys, get the fuck out of here. Don't even watch
that's in context of Pixar.
That is
they
stupid.
mentioned Pixar. Fine.
That is just say the Toy Story. Don't even. What the fuck are you doing? Toys?
Yes, doesn't just roll off the tongue.
Toys? What the fuck? Yeah, I can't wait for fucking Avengers. The Avengers Kang Dynasty, and you just call it Kang. And it's like, well, Kang was in a bunch of other movies. What the fuck are you talking about? What? Anyway,
if you say Pixar's Bugs, I know exactly what you're talking about. Just say Pixar's Bugs.
Now I know what you're talking about. I didn't know what. I mean,
that's why I said in the context of Pixar movies. I was talking about Pixar.
You didn't
movies.
say Pixar
but
before.
For some reason, you went to Looney Tunes.
Because you said just Bugs.
Yes, I was talking about Pixar movies.
If anyone, okay.
Because I was going in order too. I was like, in Toy Story, this happened. In Bugs, this happened.
No, you didn't say in Bugs. You said Bugs.
Yeah, Bugs.
So I thought
Toy Story Bugs.
Bugs, mice, just get your point over with.
Because it's the next movie in line, and I'm talking about fucking Pixar.
All right, so
what else is on the subject of Pixar and fucking Bugs up to this point?
So
fuck you.
Like you said, there's a hook at the end of the movie.
Fuck you.
Oh my god. So there's there's a hook at the end of the movie, basically.
Like at the end of all these movies, in Toy Story,
not a hook, a pivot point.
Like where you think it's ending, but it's not. Where in Toy Story, you think they get away from Sid at the end of the movie. No, the guy catches a truck. And in Bugs, I don't think it happened in Bugs Life. But in Toy Story 2, they defeated like a freaking Stinky Pete.
Right.
I think that's the end of the movie. But no, they gotta get back from the plane.
Switch up.
Oh, there it is. There's me. But no, they gotta get back from the plane.
Right.
And you think the movie ends in when they get rid of freaking Mr. No, when they get it was either Randall first or in Monsters Incorporated.
You don't ask me. I haven't seen that movie in 10 years.
I forgot who gets defeated first. It was Mr. Warren. No, it was Randall. You think the movie? You feel like the movie ends when they get rid of Randall, but no, Mr. Warren is still there.
Right.
And he's fucking up shit.
Yeah.
And then in Finding Nemo, you think the movie ends when.
You think the movie ends when he gets out of the aquarium? What are you talking about?
Oh no! When Marlin and Nemo finally reunite,
but then he gets caught by the.
They get caught in the net and they gotta keep swimming.
That's a good point. Yeah.
So this was a Pixar staple.
See, now I know what you're talking about because all the cogs are coming back.
Cause this is a Pixar staple because it's at the time because you think the movie ends and then it doesn't. There's one little thing that's keeping the movie from ending.
And by the way, it's not to the point where it's so overplayed that we're tired of it. It's done in a way where it's enjoyable for the audience.
It's clever every time because you can't see it coming every time. That's the beauty of it. It was very formulaic where it's these beats happen. You would see it coming, but they have to be you can be formulaic, but you have to be creative every time with it. So you don't see the formula so you don't even if the beats match, you don't see that beat coming.
Monsters Inc. does it really well.
Oh yeah,
beautifully. Probably my favorite of the first 6 movies. Just because of how much of a fucking loop you go, oh my god, that's so good. Now I love this too, of course, but it's with Monsters Inc.
Well,
that's
because you feel like it's the ending with Monsters Inc. because it is
genuine.
It is Randall that gets defeated first.
Yes.
You think it ends with Monsters Inc. because it that door scene is incredibly chaotic.
Yes.
It's incredibly colorful. It's incredibly chaotic, and it's the first you see of this world where it's they're actually going through the doors as if they were separate dimensions, and they're trying to these doors are portals in a way, and they're just playing around with that, and it's just this fun chaotic scene, and when it all calms down, you get a much calmer
it cools down
and a calmer what was it scenario.
Yes.
Fuck, I guess
it just feels like it's wrapping up.
You get a calmer villain scene.
Yes.
Where because how they deal with War News is not as chaotic, but it's still more threatening.
Right. I got you. Absolutely. Yeah. It's that's why I love it so much as a closure, as a what you think is a closure point, but again, the pivot point comes in after that.
Oh yeah, there's someone there dude. We're probably gonna eat eat through these first 6 Pixar movies when you get the chance.
Yeah, I think we've found the fact that like Pixar is going to be the thing that I think Cartoon Chat will revolve around. I'm gonna choose something. I want some variety, so I'm purposely trying to not choose Pixar for the next one. Same, but I'm saying we're gonna definitely revolve back to this before
for the first 6, definitely
before we get to the holiday season.
Yeah,
we're probably gonna
I have some stuff to talk about even with A Bug's Life too. Like that's fun, especially with the Bryan, let you borrow that like DVD sometimes because there's some cool stuff.
Of what?
Bug's Life.
Oh.
Of bugs.
I don't know if I really need to. Like, this is one of those things where if I watch it, I might be completely subverted because I haven't seen it in so long. I might be like, wow, that was really special. It's such a fun, eventful event. Mark, this was a fucking great movie. Like, I'm sold. How good. Like, because right now it's like, I don't know.
It's a fine movie. I think like the special features along with it are interesting too.
Gotcha. Well, yeah, any concept idea sort of rides it higher. But before we do the pivot point of ending this, let's do the pivot point of the fact that, we think everything's ending. By the way, we will tie into Jack Attack because of the fact that what I think is so good is, number one, not only does it tie into the fact that this movie ends, but it's kind of like creepy and scary because you think everything's good as an audience goer if you're watching it for the first time or whatever time. And, Helen's listening to these recordings back, and it's like, all right, things are going left, and then a new babysitter. I didn't
it sounds like over the phone an assault is happening.
Yes.
Because your thought process, like, Syndrome is attacking her because you see after, like, when they defeat the robot, you see Syndrome wakes up.
Yeah, no, he's mad. Yeah, of course.
He's like, no. And you're, like, wondering, okay, what's he going to do now?
Right.
And then, like, when you're in the limo in that scene where, like, they call the baby, so like, the baby! And you hear, like, she's getting assaulted, and it sounds like she's getting assaulted, and it's like, what the heck is going on?
Yep. I love the running scene, by the way, where they're running in, and it's like, you think they're about to kick some ass.
Oh, no. You think she sounds like getting assaulted, and then, like, the last voice message, like, oh, yeah, thank you for getting a replacement baby. And I'm like, wait, what the fuck just happened? Yeah. Because at that point, you don't know what, like, Jack has powers or anything.
No, could you do the 3-way, by the way?
Oh, fuck. No. Where was that on? What scene was
that? Yeah,
was that on me?
Yeah, it was on you. You're fine.
Okay.
But yeah, then like you said, it's all calm, and it's like, wait a minute, oh fuck, this is bad, and they're right outside the house.
Oh yeah,
it's just climbing. I love that it's climbing in this moment where it should feel satisfactory. The kids are so happy. The kids are so like, man, this was great, and it's like, no, it's not over, and they run in, and boom,
frozen again.
Like,
again, that move, whatever that weapon is extremely powerful. And I'm surprised like no other Marvel movie just like ripped off that power.
So
it's but like
yeah,
like I was saying, I'm sorry, just going back to the phone calls, it's just like because like it sounds like she's being assaulted, and then like she's like she's calm at the end, like, thank you for replacing babysitter. So just wondering like, wait, what happened between all those phone calls where she sounded like she was being assaulted? So if that wasn't Syndrome, what was that?
Yeah.
And you don't know what, because it wasn't hinted at Jack has powers yet.
God no, not at all. So it's all just very, very suspicious. Again, this is one of those moments where if I could erase everything post. Now the problem is if I erase everything after Incredibles, that's a lot of movie history, but that's where you want to erase specifically just the moment that you know about Jack Attack, because if I didn't know about Jack Attack, that would be a beautiful moment in my head, like, oh fuck, what is happening? But if you've seen it before, it's still a beautiful moment. That's fucking building and building and building, and again they get in there. But what I think is so interesting is, and I wrote this down, I'm like, when we get the reveal of Syndrome, I said, it's interesting because if this were modern-day Pixar, they likely end on the hook of Syndrome holding Jack to lead into a sequel. I don't know if that's not the case, because I don't know if they have enough I don't know if they haven't, or maybe I shouldn't say I shouldn't say modern-day Pixar, but any other studio would have brought the baby, have Syndrome with the baby, and that would have been the hook. Because that's such a big, like, that is a big development. That's like the fucking big bad has their kid, and we don't know if he has powers. Like, that's it. If we don't see that he has powers, That's all I'm saying.
I mean, I don't think any other studio would still do that, even because this is an animated movie. If this was like a long 2-parter, like Spider-Verse, where there's like a lot more story to tell, like probably. But like it's the fact that this is like an animated movie, and like the story beats is just like it's. At this point, it's just like it feels like it's wrapping up in terms of like where the story is.
That's why I'm saying the hook of it being at the end is so much more valuable. That chance of, oh fuck, he has the kid. Very much like a Force Awakens ending moment, which I know you said it's animated, so you do that. But there have been animated movies where you have a hook for a sequel. That's not a 2-parter. But I'm saying, like, again, if this is modern, I shouldn't have said Pixar, but I'm saying if it's modern day, they don't hesitate on the idea of we can get people in seats on this cliffhanger. And I think that if you end with him taking the baby, that is the cliffhanger to sell the next movie.
Would you say this like comes at like after a post-credit scene, or just like at the end of the movie?
You just ended the movie.
Well, like
it's outside, right? What?
Wait, hold on, I'm just waiting for it to stop. But like, okay, future Bryan, edit here. But like,
so we were talking about the fact that I was saying end credit.
Like, is there like what other cases besides Spider-Verse where like or like an animated movie just like it unfinished itself for cliffhanger?
I'm saying that this is such a valuable story, and studios would know it, and I think that their choice would be to make this in the modern day where theatrically it's tougher and tougher to get people in seats, that the literal, especially in a world of MCU, next movie to next movie to next movie, this is a hook. This is a potential hook. When I saw this at the end of this movie this time around, I thought, man, you could really sell the next movie with they took the baby. This team is a force, but Syndrome somehow found a way. And now, I don't know what the story is, but boom, you take the baby, and now the whole thing is Jack is, it's just it's a simple sequel idea. That's all I'm saying.
I had to imagine the story treatment could be different too.
It could probably be better
like,
than
I feel
what
like
we
there
have.
has to be like more of an ending, and then like the movie, because like the movie does finishes, but it goes again to like they actually get back to the house, and like it has a happy ending, but then then something happens, because like where the movie the way it is now, it feels like even with that scene in the limo, it still feels like it's still going.
Yes.
You still haven't like gotten to like a like ending.
It's not full closure.
Yeah, yes. It's not full closure. It's not even closure, I'd say. It's just like it feels like it's still going.
Yes.
So like I feel like the story treatment would be a bit different. I mean, what you're saying is like more of like it's definitely like a what if scenario, and like you gotta do that with like every movie, even like Finding Nemo. Like when if they get caught in the net, it just cliff hangs there.
I don't think that's a. Yeah, I agree. No, but I agree. That's also, I think, again, modern day. That's an ending that they would take for Finding Nemo. If not Pixar, but any other studio would take that as an end credit. Not even end credit scene, but at the end of the movie. I do think that.
From what I experienced from like 2-parters, it's like they end their first part to like where it feels like it's like. This is where the end, this is like the closure to this part of the movie, and like this is where we're jump starting the plot for the next part of the movie. Not like we stop the movie and then like episodically we stop the movie episodically and stay, and like if you want to watch the next part, it's gonna be the next movie.
Yeah, and I don't want to spend too much time on this, but all I'm saying is like something similar to like any MCU property. Anything in the realm of like Back to the Future, especially Back to the Future, where you're thinking like, all right, it looks like it's wrapping up, and then what's his name comes in, hey Marty, fucking Christ, this dog, don't fuck this, go, we gotta go, motherfucker, and then you go on to the next adventure, and it's like that's this movie. It's like this movie at this point where you stop. It's like I'll wrap it up here, and unless you have another point, but it's just like. This ending, this hypothetical ending is popcorn in seat. What the fuck happens next to this hero team? Because we already have that once this scene plays out, and it's much more like calming at the end of that point. But it's still like a interesting to me.
I can get you. It's like what you're saying is more of like a commentary of like modern day cinema right now.
Yes, and what they would probably do. Yeah. So yeah, he gets this. We get to see the fucking powers. Like he's again, Syndrome's just overconfident. He doesn't realize this baby has fucking powers. It's fucking nuts. He goes. Oh yeah, we
find out like the because like I have the we find out like Jack has powers during that moment. But the family, and for some reason, the family can't see what's going on up there.
Yes, so they just see something's happening to Jack.
Yeah, so they can't. By the end of the movie, they still can't tell if Jack has powers or not. Jack is just what's cool is like Jack has the most broke power. He has like a variety of powers, like more than anybody else in the family. And it's a fun surprise to come at the very end, and like of course. Syndrome dies by his fucking cape.
Nice cape.
Which it's beautiful how that comes back into play.
Again, that's why
because he's so arrogant that he has he has the old even the design of his costume is like the way superheroes shouldn't have it anymore.
Right. This is again like why this ending is better. I'm not saying that what I was saying before is the best choice. I'm just saying that that's what most modern studios probably would do. This is the first of many pieces of closure we really get in this movie, which is the full circle cape situation. Like, fan-fucking-tastic. The mom, fucking Elastigirl, Helen, asks to get thrown. She saves the baby. She saves Jack. Everything is happy. Everything is great except their house explodes, which will be fine anyway.
They just relocate again.
I don't even think they relocate. They just move the house. I think they relocate, but I mean they don't you know what I mean? Not different city, different place. They're in the same area.
They're in the same school.
Yeah. So
it's to axe out Tony Ryan.
Yeah. So everything seems good. By the way, I love because I've seen this every single time, but I always love the random guy reacting during Dash's running, where the family's like, "So go!" There's like, "So slow up," and the kids, then the dude's like, "What is fucking wrong with them?" And, so let's talk about this Underminer guy. I used to think when I was a kid, and even up until Incredibles 2, that this is the big bad for the next movie. But
this leads right into the Underminer, the Rise of the Underminer, the video game from PlayStation 2 and Xbox.
Yes, good point. But what I think about now, and it's either because Incredibles 2 came out, or it's just because of what I think my interpretation of the movie is now, and I'm sure other people have interpreted this, is that this was just more a placeholder for the idea that evil will always appear.
Yeah. That's what I always thought. It was a perfect here we go again ending. That's the kind of ending I thought of it as.
But I'm going to be honest, as a kid, I just thought, I was stupid. I was like, look at that, a fucking villain. But yeah, it's like, because he literally says, "I declare war on peace and happiness." So it's like, he's not a fucking he's not really a fucking villain. He's just he's the total placeholder for villainy as a whole coming back. In
because I don't think they meant to lead off from here. I'm like, if until the Incredibles 2, for those who wanted the continuation of this story, they can play the Rise of the Underminer video game that came on place. I think it was GameCube, PlayStation 2, and
which
Xbox.
Was a better fight sequence than the movie.
It's I wish that the second movie didn't have to continue off from it, even because maybe it fine if it came 2 years later, but 15 years later, and we're back in time to the
for this guy, by the way. Yeah. All right, but before we do that, before we talk about that, again,
and we learn he gets away too. Fuck this secret.
Yeah. I just think again, this was a great movie. Before we move on to Jack Attack, again, there are the posterized scenes that I have in this movie. 3 key ones, posterized scenes, as in you get a big print. Mr. Incredible standing in the middle of the lava room trying to find a way in, where he's just standing. He's like investigating. He's like looking at an angle, trying to find a way in. It's just lava across the whole screen. And him, small in scale, wide shot, beautiful. Mr. Incredible at the computer console, wide shot, on the computer console, fucking fantastic. And then the family hero shot, fucking great. Now there are other ones, like when he's lifting the train and he fucking turns and the fucking sunset, that's beautiful. But to me, those three are like the go-to, like I would get those posterized right now, if I could. So, yeah, like we can talk about Jack Attack, but
oh yeah, just real quick, like, cause like this is like a quick aside, like, this is a great ending. It's a here we go again ending.
Yes.
And the Incredibles 2 didn't have to lead off from this, because it did. It just fucks with this ending so much, because like in the next movie you learn, it's like, cause like you in this movie like they're gonna kick this guy's ass, and like it's like because the family all looks at each other like, let's kick this guy's ass.
Right.
But like the second movie, you find out he gets away.
Right.
You find out in the second movie, like that moment where Violet finally gets a toy in Ranger, like no, he loses his memory. It
breaks the whole purpose of the end of the movie. Of the best movie Pixar's one of the best movies Pixar's ever made. It literally does so much worse. And I don't want to spend too much time on this until we get after Jack Attack. But again, this movie is perfect. And like we said before, it is incredible that they didn't have a script that was as good as the original. You would think after 15 years, maybe you get other people that bring in scripts. There's a lot of people that probably had treatments for Incredibles 2. I cannot imagine that was the best story concept, and it is embarrassing that that's the story concept.
Yeah, like, an example of like this sort of like botchery happening with a sequel is like there's some Kingsman movies.
The first two.
Yeah, there we go. That's all you need. But like the first King, I haven't seen Kingsman. I don't care. It's a fucking prequel. But like the first Kingsman, it's like the guy who I forgot his name, but the guy who teaches like the main character. Yeah. The freaking mentor to the main character. Like he dies in the first movie, and then the second movie, because like it's a big scene. And like after he dies, it's like the main character like grows more because he has to deal with like the death,
the responsibility after the fact. Yeah.
Second movie, you find out, oh no, he didn't die. He was saved at that very moment, and he's alive. He's perfectly fine. And like when you go back to the second movie, it's like, oh, he didn't die. These guys just like saved him, and he's alive. So that kind of ruins that whole moment.
It breaks that
movie
moment
when you rewatch that movie, and it's like I hate that kind of botchery.
Yeah,
it's like
almost
when you go back to like the old movie, just like oh well, this actually happens.
It's almost like at the end of The Last Jedi when or the beginning of The Last Jedi when you get the end of the fucking first movie and then the second movie starts and he fucking throws the lightsaber and it makes it worse because he's even more worth. Now it's not as bad.
The end of fucking Force Awakens was shit anyway because it's like I found Luke. Stare. What the fuck just happened? What the fuck?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. But so Jack Attack. I don't have any notes on this, but because I remember it. I kind of remember it by heart.
I saw it last night.
But Jack Attack is a perfect spin-off story.
This is like a not traditional short for Pixar because this is like explaining what happens during the movie, and this was like a planned short because they because you get the side of the story over the phone call, like you don't know what's happening, and the movie doesn't come back to that. It doesn't explain what happened over the phone before Syndrome comes because you would assume Syndrome like assaults her, but like no, because like the last message is like she's fine. She says thank you for the replacement babysitter, and it's like okay, so Syndrome didn't really attack her. She's fine. Then what the fuck just happened?
And this
is she a witness to all the superhero stuff? Like, what is going on here? And like the movie does have the answer to those questions, just like not within the movie. And it's like this is like an essential part of a movie experience. Like, it's like you don't need it.
But it really helps.
But it clears up a weird plot hole within the movie, and this was like, and this whole short was like planned so like I don't think it was deleted. I think they were planning like, yeah, we're just gonna make this an extra on DVD.
Yeah.
And this is like it's cool because
it's not like Olaf's Frozen Adventure, guys, where it was just tacked on.
Ever since like with the start of Monsters Incorporated, is that your
I don't know, but we're good.
With the start of Monsters Incorporated, the DVD, it's like ever since that, like Pixar started having like the like little extra shorts.
Yes.
With their movies, because like Monsters Inc. was like Mike's new car, and that was like a fun little cartoon with the characters. Finding Nemo had like the Adventures of the Deep with John Cousteau or something like that. And that was like a fun little extra adventure with the characters.
Yeah.
Incredibles. This is not like a fun extra adventure with the Incredibles. This is like what happened during the movie, and like so like this is like a very unique short for Pixar, and this is like the only time they do this. Because like after that, if they have shorts that go along with the movie, it still takes place like
they're usually after the movie
or it's just like it's an extra adventure with the characters.
Right.
After or before, it's not about what happens.
Cars, Toons, Mater Toons. The most recent one with Elemental with the Up character, they're all far off, not really tied to when the movie is premiering.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, that's like what makes this still the first Incredibles. Is like it's
unique.
not a traditional Pixar movie, and it still stands out to this day from every Pixar movie. After they have like fucking 16 now or some shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think. By the way, what's funny is like after watching this again, I think it could have been that she started it all because she starts playing the stimulating brain music, and then things go left.
Well, like
I know it's a baby. It's gonna go left eventually, but like the minute she starts playing stimulating brain music, then he starts going left. Like only then.
Or well, yeah.
But then he goes on for days and days
powers,
and days and days. Like
powers eventually. This is like you can make the assumption like this. Maybe Jack just like figured out his powers at this moment.
Right.
Because like and. You can go forward because there's most.
I don't think there's anything.
Because like this whole.
I'll let because you had this one tied in the middle. 1 sec. Don't say anything. Where's your other one? Okay, cool. Okay, so now you added it. Okay, yeah, I see you put it at the end. My bad.
Yeah.
All right. So.
Yeah, because this whole short is great because you see her. She's just like a tortured soul, and she's just trying to.
The madness is just
because like the family, because the fun part is like since this takes place in the middle of the movie, like she's trying to call the family and they're not picking up, and it's like because they're like dealing with all this volcano shit during the at this point of the movie.
Yes.
So like.
But she also can't just leave a baby.
Yeah.
Either, so she's just between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, she's trying to deal with this, and like she's like it like. She's just like freaking out, and Jack is doing all this weird shit, and you're just like witnessing Jack's powers, and it's like, what the hell? He can teleport. He can just burst into flames.
By the way, I do appreciate that The Incredibles doesn't actually, because you know that there was an edit of this movie where you get interstitials, kind of like in Incredibles 2, where you do this cut back to the house with Bob and the baby and the raccoon in Incredibles 2. I appreciate that this movie, that the full-length movie, the original movie, does not cut back to the house, because I think the tone would have been so like, back to fucking this. I just don't think it would work.
It's never mentioned, but you can probably assume like maybe it was considered at one point too.
Because like every one of these cuts at a certain point goes to a new scene, and it's like all of them take at max like a minute or 2 minutes, so you can imagine that there could be each one of those, like the first call, the moment where he goes fucking crazy, like Goofy, like and then like you cut back to the incredible characters.
I can imagine that, but like it seems like it's like I think the way it's edited, it's like also the way it's animated too, is like made to be like its own thing, and not it's hard to imagine what the pacing of like where those scenes that take place are going.
I'm just saying with Incredibles 2, they did that exactly.
Oh yeah, they did do that.
Right. That's all. I'm just like if they did that. I just think that it makes it would have made a perfect movie a little worse.
Yeah.
Because I love the way that the tone is just followed through the entire time. And you don't see the baby until after dinner? The dinner scene?
You don't see the baby until after the end of the movie.
No, what? You see her when she said we finally moved in. The dinner scene where she's feeding the baby. Helen is feeding the baby. I'm talking about the movie, not the...
the baby. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But I'm saying, like, after a certain point, you do not see that baby until the end of the movie, and I think that's a good move. Just for, you can get a little more up in age with the way you want to tell this story without having the goo goo gagas. But again, like, I just think, like, I love the delve into madness. Like, by the time, like, you get to this point where we're looking on screen, she's totally honed in on, like, all right, this is what's about to happen. Fuck, Jesus.
Set on fire extinguisher. Okay, he's about to hiccup with lasers. Freaking reflect it. Like, she's a trooper because, like, it's amazing that she didn't freaking die to this point.
Yes. And we get the fact that, like, very good, like, very strange fucking screenshots he chose. But
I chose that one on purpose because it's like, it's a funny joke they got away with because, like, oh, what's the S stand for? Oh, for sitter. I was gonna go around with a BS, but you understand why I couldn't go with that. And it's like that they got away with it.
It is a total interesting personality choice that, like, he doesn't, because he's so smooth through the whole movie, and this is the first time where he's like kind of like, on the fly, yeah, like, you know what I mean? Like, this is like really the first time outside of when he's a kid that you kind of get the character not, like, just fumbling.
Because you forget, like, he, like, outside of the
superpower moment.
No, outside of this perspective of the family,
yes,
he is not a villain and he doesn't view himself as one. So like you think he would just be hostile to taking a baby, but no, he's just knocking on the door and like, yeah, I'll just take over the baby for you.
Right.
He's just being very civil about it. It was just like a very calmly exchange.
100%. It's
like, I assume, like, if she was to like say no, he probably would have got a little bit hostile or something.
Yes, of course.
But like, this is like, it's just like, it's you, because you think of Syndrome as a villain, you assume it would just be a hot, like, you just don't see coming that it's just a very calm exchange.
Yeah, and I don't know. By the way, I don't know if, like you said, this was clearly animated on its own. I don't know if this got a higher budget or they just not higher budget obviously than the animated movie, but not that they crafted the characters so well already that maybe they did some touch up because these character models look better. Like, especially Syndrome to me, I think that especially maybe it's because you don't have the fucking eye cover. Maybe that's the key.
Because that's it. This is the same because it looks as good as it does.
But I will also say, like, her hair looks better than, like, most of the characters in the original movie. Like, they do it. I do think, like,
I mean, this is definitely made.
Like, look at the lighting. Even, like, I think that there's better light. Like, in most of the movie, like I said, it looks dated. I do think that this does look like this short. It's still dated, but not as.
It looks
dated.
like the better shots of the main movie.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
I don't think it looks better than the movie. It looks on par because the movie still looks great. Like, it looks stylish.
It looks fine. It's like if you showed someone this, I would recommend that.
It's because of the lighting of the scene because it takes place inside the house.
That's why I'm saying.
A lot of this because that table scene still looks good.
Like with the family.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Like I said, the lava scene, the family at the table scene. Like, there's a lot of scenes in the full movie that look excellent and that stand the test. That's the key, is they stand the test of time. This is a 20-year-old movie that is CG animated at a time when CG animation is still fairly new in the theatrical landscape.
Well, also it's their first human movie,
right?
Because the reason they're the reason like Toy Story is because they want to do a movie because like CG makes humans look like plasticky.
Yes.
So they thought it makes sense to make a movie where like it's about toys because they're gonna make human characters that look like plastic. It might as well be like about human characters actually made out of plastic.
Right. Like the Barbie movie. But no. But that's what I'm saying is like the because it's still fairly early. There's a lot of moments where it does look like, as much as I love the car scene where he picks up the car, that looks like it's from 2004. Like, as much as I love the scene where there are many scenes where it still looks like it's straight out of 2004, and I don't think that's a bad thing because it's still incredibly rewatchable, but it does look dated in, I'd say, a good at least 60%, and I'd say the other 40% it almost has that timeless look where it's selling it. And what I'm saying about this short is they were able to do a bit more touch up Everything looks a bit more crafted, and they only had one specific setting to work on. Thus, they were able to, before this came out, make it look a little better than when they released the theatrical.
Yeah, I can probably say it, but like it's like a the best parts of the best looking parts of the movie. I think it's because of lighting. And
yes, no,
I
of
think
course.
it's just like the lighting in this house, because we barely spend that much time in the house in the movie, and like I do think the house scenes still look good. Still look pretty good, and like and this whole short takes place inside the house, and I just think the lighting is just like the best. It has the best lighting in these shorts.
Absolutely, yes.
But like I don't think like they have like different models or anything.
I didn't know, not different. I'm just saying touch up. Like you work on the model a bit more because you now have more time than you did before. You were on a bit of a time crunch with the theatrical release.
I feel like this show was made at around the time of production.
No, I'm not saying that it wasn't. I'm saying that this was an added thing, and because it was added, they had more time because that's for the DVD release.
Possibly, I don't know for sure.
That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying is that it looks better.
It's possible.
Yes. I don't know why we're still stuck on this. That's all I'm saying. But with Syndrome overall, a better looking Syndrome. That's all I'm saying. He takes over, and then we get to the end of the movie. You know.
And
now,
they go to the next screenshot.
Yes.
You believed him. Like this is also how you find out like what they do with like people who are trying to erase some memories of.
Great
because
lore.
The movie doesn't explain that.
Yes.
This is where you find out how they do that process of that.
Such good lore building with this scene. What's up?
Oh.
Where you lost?
Go ahead. Keep going. Keep talking.
But yeah, this is such good. What, are you about to cut the thing? Oh, because you're okay. But yeah, this is such good lore building. I think it's great. Because again, like this character is so cool. He's just cool. He's old, but he's cool. You know, he's got that government. I don't know what like. There are secrets that he knows that you don't want him to know that you know. And it's amplified by the fact that you see this plunger technology that will just take away memories from your brain. So, yeah.
So, I just want to say, I love, this is like, I love the DVD of The Incredibles. Like, this is of an era when, like, Pixar, it didn't have to be special edition, just because they felt like it. It would, like, they would just release, like, their DVDs, they would just release 2 discs.
Yes.
One with the main movie, one with special features. And, like, Disney will only do this with their movies when they're special editions. Pixar was like, oh no, this is just how we release our movies. And they were doing this up until Cars. Cars was like an end of an era with that. Yeah. Funny enough, Toy Story didn't have, like, DVDs until, like, after The Incredibles. Or like after Cars, I forgot.
Which
like,
makes sense because
for some reason Toy Story,
VHS was the primary back then, so it makes sense.
Like Toy Story took the longest time to get on DVD, but when it did, they both had like 2 disc sets, with special features, and it's like awesome. Like now that's a whole collection, and then like Cars comes like 1 disc, and I'm like, oh.
When we agreed to do this, The Incredibles, I was able to find and dust off the old family Incredibles 2-disc DVD as well. So I
borrowed that at one point.
Yeah, so I have nearly the identical, and I don't remember if it's widescreen or full screen actually. So it might have also been widescreen, by the way. But
this one's the full screen version. When I was watching the movie yesterday, it was in my retro room with a small TV.
Yeah.
The
box TV. Yeah, but it's it was worth going back to because again, I love the menus. I love the way that they treat this, and you do have you have a presentation for us because again, of course, this
which I have to have muted just in case the menu have like copyrighted music playing.
Right.
But like, Jack Attacks on here. There's deleted scenes that we talking about. What I love about deleted scenes, in general, is like it's like a look up to another dimension of like when if the story was this different. And it's like these like the deleted scenes to me are like what if shorts, like what if the movie was like this because like I love the first 2 deleted scenes where it's like because Syndrome was originally going to be an opening villain. He wasn't going to be the main villain of the movie, and he wasn't going to be like someone from Mr. Incredible's past. He was going to be like just like an opening villain like that escaped from an asylum.
Right.
And that Mr. Incredible threw him in. And, like, the main villain of the movie was going to be somebody different. They never explained who he's going to be and what his motives. I think I need to look up that treatment of the story because I don't think they mentioned that on, at least in the behind the scenes feature. Maybe they were mentioning it on the commentary. It's been a while since I watched the commentary. But like, they show they have a sculpture of his design, and his design looks cool. They should have used the design for Incredibles too.
For the sequel,
whatever idea they had.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
But like it,
they chose not to.
But that's it. It's a cool deleted scene because also it's not like because all of the most of your deleted scenes, it's not like a unfinished animatic. It's like a very well animated animatic. You can almost like if you animate a little bit more, touch it up a little bit more, you can pass it off as a cartoon.
Right. Yeah.
Which
that tells you how close they were.
Another thing that gets me is like this IP is valuable. It's money making. The second movie made a fuck ton of money.
I think less so now than before because of the impression that the second movie made on audiences overall.
Yeah,
I think the highest point was up to literally the lead up to the second movie.
Well, like, what I'm going to get to is like this is a valuable IP and this is a superhero IP.
Yes.
And what I don't get is like they could have like easily followed up on this with a Disney Channel cartoon. It's like I could have easily imagined if Disney. I don't know why Disney was just like sitting on this if like they knew where the money was. But,
or at least in credit tunes like Cars tunes where it's like you see brief interstitials.
Yeah, I can imagine like in 2006 because I know they wouldn't have the budget to like make a CG show, but I can imagine like a 2D like episodic cartoon of the Incredibles like going on misadventures on Disney Channel.
Right. And I think that would have tarnished the brand a little myself, but
I would have loved it.
I know you would have. You don't mind the tarnishing, but I'm joking.
It's like Buzz Lightyear. How like they
yes
the Buzz Lightyear not the fucking movie
and
that was like
yes,
the fucking 2000 show they had of Buzz Lightyear and that was great.
No, and I know people love Buzz Lightyear. I didn't care for it. This is just me. I don't think
it was amazing, but like it's a fun like little addition to
it is a fun misadventure. I just think that it's unnecessary. I think that the best thing you could have done is just had smaller interstitials before your commercial breaks, and I think that's what's perfect for The Incredibles. Very, very similar to something like what Bluey does now, where these are 5-minute shows, 6 minutes max, and you're just situation happens, boom, over. I don't need a 2-season, 54-episode like that's why I don't like Big Hero 6, the animated series, because it's just pointless. I don't want pointless shit that leads in because that's all it would be. Disney Channel in the 2000s.
Okay, this is where we differ because I like the Big Hero 6 show. It's like it's kind of like because it's kind of the same writers. It's like Kim Possible, and it's like I think this sort of IP fits into like a episodic format very well because it's like these characters do fit into villain of the week scenarios. Same thing. I think this Incredibles has the potential to do the same thing. It doesn't have to be like a masterpiece on par with the movie. It can like obviously it's going to be like cheaper animation. It's going to be like a cheaper production overall. But like the attraction of this like media would be like you get to see more content of these characters, more interactions of these characters, and it's like because it's like the superhero like genre is kind of meant for like misadventures, villains of the week and stuff. The Incredibles just sort of fits in that format, just like Big Hero 6. And like, well, I mean, honestly, I think Big Hero. I like the show better than the movie because the movie is not that great.
Crazy. I just think that the
you love me put that movie on a pedestal.
I think I do.
Generic
I do.
Superhero movie.
I just like what it does with robotics and science, but the Incredible. Barely. You haven't seen much of Disney's arsenal. What the fuck? Anyway.
I've seen other people's arsenal.
Anyway. I've
seen other movie productions arsenal.
Right, I know what you're saying. I'm messing with you. But I'll just leave it at, I think of the when I think of Incredibles, I think of Pixar's best thing ever. And I think that they're bigger than a generic Saturday morning cartoon. Even though that might have been what inspired it, I think of them something like Star Wars The Clone Wars even had itself moments where it was a Saturday morning cartoon, or something like even Avatar: The Last Airbender. I think of it as like if you're going to do a series like that, then that's where you go. You go with something deeper, because that's to me what The Incredibles is as a brand. I think that it is a valuable IP that you treat with prominence, that you keep as one of your best regarded things. And if you're going to make a series, you're going to make it on par with like Star Wars: The Clone Wars at its best. You're going to make it like fucking Avatar at its best. You're going to have strong character moments that don't like repeat, and still have the production value in there. That's my whole thing.
The reason, because The Incredibles 2 is like a lackluster product, but the reason it's disappointing is because it's 15 years later. There's no other content in The Incredibles.
Yes.
From this release, and it's a movie by Brad Bird, and Brad Bird said he would not make because this IP is it feels like it's tailored to like having some kind of continuation in terms of misadventures, not in terms of story. It doesn't need like another story, but in terms of misadventures. And it's like this IP is perfect for that, and like you think you almost got that with Incredibles 2, but it's like with a movie, like if Brad Bird said he's not going to do anything else with the IP unless he has another idea. And
I think didn't he say wasn't his quote like "until I had a story strong enough to make it," which is embarrassing.
Yes,
that was his quote.
And and it's like, so you had high expectations for a sequel. With the show, expectations aren't that high. Also,
that's the thing. Expectations aren't that high.
Huh?
Caveat: if you put it on Disney Channel, expectations aren't that high.
Here's a good example.
Right.
Kung Fu Panda. It's one of my favorite movies of all time.
Yes.
One of my favorite animated movies of all time.
Yes.
It's fantastic.
Yes.
The show, it is a lot. It's cheaper. It's cheaper.
Very much so.
It's very smaller misadventures, but I think the show is great because it's small. I just love revisiting Poe and his misadventures. I still love the characters.
No, Legends of Awesomeness.
I think the show is fun because it's just a continuation of the characters' misadventures. It doesn't have the highs of that first movie, but it does. It continues the fun of what the first movie has, because it still has those characters, and those characters having fun interactions between them, and you get more of the world, and the more of the world building. The Incredibles world is very big, and I would love to see more of it.
Yes.
So
I would just prefer a story. Now, I agree with you. Legends of Awesomeness to me as a kid, and again, this is me as an adult, so my time varies. What I want varies now. But at the time, I still loved it. But I would have preferred something like How to Train Your Dragon, where How to Train Your Dragon, great movie, and then the series storyline built up to 2. So there's connective tissue between, and the series between 2 and 3, there's connective tissue there. So it's actually a little more valuable in terms of the story direction they go. There's a lot of filler in there, but at the core, it's leading to the fact that 2 is coming. It's leading to the fact that 3 is coming. And they do a really good job of balancing that. Whereas Kung Fu Panda and its TV series don't really... They move on after the sequels, and the sequels affect it, but it's still just a misadventure show. I would just prefer something where if you're going to talk about Gazer Beam or one of these other characters, you could focus on the lead up to what happens with the Incredibles. You could focus on the effects of the Incredibles, like other heroes, so that the heroes because again, for instance, right? And by the way, I don't think we can do it. We won't be able to make the deleted scenes unless we
We're
get
not
this
watching
done
the
quickly.
scenes.
You just wanted to show it,
I just wanted to show the DVD off real quick.
But I'm doing this because I'm saying this because I think that that's the product that if you were to have done a backstory, or you had an Incredibles, what's the fucking word? It's an Incredibles, it's a story that's connected in a way, but tells adventures that are grounded in that universe and still anthology. Thank you. So if it was an Incredibles anthology and we then got these heroes, because at the Incredibles 2, the problem with Incredibles 2 also is you get these Fortnite heroes that pop out of the fucking blue. It's like, if you then did a little backstory on those heroes, that were valuable, because you can have a Saturday morning cartoon, but if you have a Saturday morning cartoon, if it builds into these characters that become relevant for the second movie, then it's not lackluster BS. But I need these things that are going to be valuable. That's why even with Legend of Awesomeness, after a certain amount of time, I was like, fuck it, I'm moving over to fucking Nick or Cartoon Network, because I'm going to go ahead and watch something else, because this is getting repetitive and it's getting tiring.
I didn't think so at all. I think that shit was great all the way.
You know, like 2 hours of Legends of Awesomeness, you kind of run out of. It's like, all right, another misadventure where Poe needs to help the village.
Is that what you think about like every show that comes from a movie? Because
Just
had a lot of those.
Incredibles. Again, Incredibles is.
I didn't like it's a superhero IP.
Yes.
And like I'm comparing it to other superhero IPs and what they do.
Here's what I'll tell you. For instance, I'll give you an example.
I don't view Incredibles as a Star Wars epic. It's just
I think it's better than Star Wars. That's why I'm saying that. I think it's better than Star Wars. That's why I'm treating it better than Star Wars. I think that it doesn't deserve a Rebel story. It deserves a Clone Wars level story. But what I'm saying is, like, for instance, it is my point is technically inconsistent, because with something like Lilo and Stitch, I don't care as much because it's at a different level than Incredibles for me. Lilo and Stitch has this story that just keeps on going, and like the TV show keeps on going and keeps on fucking going, and it keeps on going, and there's nothing wrong with it. In fact, I love that show, but that's because I value Lilo and Stitch lower than Incredibles. But because Incredibles in my mind is so good, you should be able to set the precedent at that level for anything that comes in that IP. That's all. Like, if it's a Star Wars of Pixar to me.
No, Lilo and Stitch. I think we have so many different opinions on each of these, but like I don't think it keeps on going. There is a point to like all these episodes of like these experiments, and there's kind of like a little countdown too. And like by the time you get to like the last few episodes, it does feel like it's wrapping up, and like it does come to like an ending.
Okay. That's good.
But like it's very different from like the original movie Lilo and Stitch. And in fact, like the funny thing is, it has a direct-to-video sequel called Stitch 2: Stitch Has a Glitch, which comes after the series, but it has nothing to do with the series, and it's animated just like the first one.
Exactly.
And like that's pretty funny, but like also the I think like that sequel was good, and
it was absolutely
surprisingly well animated for a direct-to-video movie.
Very much so.
But like it's I think like the although the stuff that has to do with the series is not as good as those movies, I think they're still great, and like for the franchise too.
No, again, for the movies, like I think that for Lilo and Stitch, everything in the Lilo and Stitch universe is, I think, for its universe, solid.
I think,
I think the sequel specifically is really fitting for that universe, but Lilo and Stitch is not in the Incredibles.
Yeah,
so I don't.
So
again, Incredibles is the Star Wars. If you're talking about a brand, not presently Star Wars, but Star Wars of the 70s and 80s, top thing for Fox was Star Wars at the time, right? Or Terminator, whatever. This is equivalent for Star Wars. It fucking blew up, just like Finding Nemo. Like Finding Nemo. I know Incredibles. I know Finding Nemo blew things up in a family level, but everyone watched Incredibles. Everyone watched Incredibles, and I'm saying that Incredibles is the Star Wars of Pixar for that time. It made it bigger by a mile, and so what I'm saying is, for its tone and how good it is and its story, you treat it at that level. You write for that level, and that's what I'm saying. Is like, like, and if you're gonna do little shorts, let me make an excuse here. Let me make a little inlet. If you're going to do the Saturday morning cartoon BS, and it's going to be Dash or Violet, and it's going to be or even any of the family members, again, like Bluey, where these are just sub stories, but they're 5 to 6 minutes long. They are not this is not a 52 episode long, like, unnecessary series. This is just a 5 to 6 minute at the end of your bumpers, or at the end of your episode run. Then you tack this on, and people would watch it. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's the only way that I would say you do that, because it's not, in terms of the quality, it's like you could have both. You can have both, but I would like the weaker version the version that's not written well to get less time than the version that is written at its best.
Alright, so Disney does do this a lot. So, like, do you like any cartoons that came from the movies? That came
Again,
from
it depends on the movie. So, like, again, Lilo and Stitch, I think Lilo and Stitch
another
is good.
example?
So, for instance, like, Atlantis has a sequel that is trash, and I think the sequel is, like, direct-to-video. And that is absolutely worse than the original. I'll give another example.
That's a weird production thing. It was like it was going to be a show, and then turned into it was like a.
So, for instance, I think Tangled is weaker. I think Tangled, the series, wastes the potential. I think Tangled should have been kept to a theatrical level because it returning to cinemas as a theatrical experience instead of... I don't mind the 2D style at all. I actually do think it's beautiful, but I think that it still is a detriment to the fact that it was a part of that resurgence Disney had. And I think that if you kept it at a theatrical level, quality-wise... I think that would have been more beneficial than to have it be a series. Kind of like with, let's see. You having Wreck-It Ralph doesn't have a series, and Encanto doesn't have a series.
Hercules, Aladdin, Timon and Pumbaa. I'm talking about like when I say Disney does this a lot, I'm like even the old times, Little Mermaid.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Like, so for instance, like Lion King and stuff. Like again, Timon and Pumbaa. I wasn't around real like Timon and Pumbaa. I would skip. Because, again, I think that Lion King 2 is fucking fantastic. I think Lion King 1.5 works as a comedy because of what its purpose is. Kind of like Jack Attack. It is
then you can say the same about Timon and Pumbaa.
You can, but its quality is decreased.
Because the thing is, the IP is exploring other mediums, and it doesn't have to, like, every other medium, because people just want to see more of this IP.
Absolutely.
It doesn't have to be on the level of, like, of its original state. People just want more of it. They just want to consume more of it. In that case, you say like should like because like the Incredible, like a lot of big IPs have like smaller scale comics. Do you think like with Star Wars? Do you think the comic shouldn't exist? Like the smaller scale comic shouldn't exist either.
I think that if you're going to invest into Star Wars, again, Star Wars especially before. Now there's a difference. If you're going to write a book or a comic, that's completely different than I'm saying what's on screen. I'm saying what's on screen. You're making an extension off of cinema. I'm talking about what's on screen, whether it's on TV. This is ScreenBlast. You're talking now about books and comics and graphic novels. We're getting into a point where that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about if you're going to put it on a screen, I think it deserves the quality that it was in. That's all I'm saying. Like that always has been a problem to me because it breaks the immersion. I think, like, for instance, Speed Racer, the first Speed Racer movie, fucking gorgeous. Not the first movie from the past, but the one that came out from WB, I think, fucking gorgeous. And then they had Speed Racer The Next Generation on Nicktoons Network, and though I did watch it lightly, I thought that it was such a detriment because it looked fucking terrible because they didn't put a lot of effort in. They gave it some cheap CG, and they just went on with it. It's the same reason why, for instance, Ben 10 got worse in 2016, and I think that consistency, and by the way, that's just on TV. I think consistency deserves to be, like, valued.
What show was in 2016?
Ben 10. That's what I'm saying.
No, Ben 10 show.
The new one. The reboot. That's what I'm saying. It's like, I think consistency
I haven't seen that one.
Cool. So, I think, for instance, the Teen Titans Go, right? I think Teen Titans Go should have been, whether you like it or not, in some of the episodes, one of my big sticking points with that is consistency on the quality should stay good, if not better than its predecessor. Even if it's a spin-off, I think that the quality should be on par with what you have already made because it is an older product and you are making a newer product. There's no reason that quality should dip at any point in time. Like, that has always been my stance on almost anything in the animation realm. Because, you know, like, for instance, like the Rugrats CG shit is garbage. Rugrats came out 30 years ago. Somehow that looks better than your shit CG. Because you didn't want to put the effort in to produce that. Now, I know the cost, but I'm saying if you're going to invest cost, then invest it all the way if you're going to do this on these quality projects. That's my thing.
Yeah, I think, like, the point, like, of, like TV shows after movies is, like, to extend, like, the mediums, making the IP more valuable, but it's like putting more stuff out there, and it's like I don't feel like it has to be on par with like the previous thing because it's just like extending the mediums and like consumers just want to consume. They just want more.
I agree.
And I think if it's as long as it's good, it's fine. And like that, and you get like good criticisms from like a lot of these shows because like the Aladdin show not as good as the movie, but the show. It's a fun, pretty damn fun show.
Can you switch, by the way, to my...
Oh, yeah.
I just have the Cartoon Chat logo at this point. I'm not saying it's over. I just want to keep talking. I want to keep talking about
but like...
keep it going.
But like, the show is a pretty... It's a
no, not me. The three-way. The three-way, both.
I thought it was on three. What was it on?
You're on me there, and then switch to... switch screen. Use your little remote, switch your screen to my screen.
Oh, yeah.
I'll tell you where you were once you drop back in, if you don't remember. Do you remember?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I had it on there. But like the oh yeah, the Aladdin. It's a pretty good show. Timon and Pumbaa. People don't are not they don't really mind if it's like the next thing will come out of Lion King is a big epic. They just want more of these characters. I want to see more of Timon and Pumbaa. They don't have to be involved in a giant epic that the Lion King was. And it's people saw they made more Timon and Pumbaa. People loved it. Same thing 101 Dalmatians had a bunch of spin-offs, and the show is just it's very different from that movie.
Right.
It's and it's but it's still good content. It's and I think if you extend the mediums, it just makes the IP more valuable. The more you have even because it shows even with in a lower quality state, in this you have a good show. This IP is still golden.
Definitely.
That's because that's the same thing with Buzz Lightyear up until they made more Toy Story after 4 and 3.
I agree with you again. That's my point. I disagree, but agree with you because the whole point of consumers are going to consume. That's been my issue. I am in the minority in that fact. I've been in the minority with that fact the entire time I talked about Cartoon Network from 2015 all the way to 2020. When I talked about the content getting worse, people don't care, they just consume. Right? That mindset, and people will consume, but that mindset is the same mindset people use to go and watch the Lion King remake and the that's the reason. Why do you think Pixar reproduced produced Lightyear, and why are they doing Toy Story 5? Because people will just...
We're going too long. I'll call you an Uber.
Gotcha. Because people will produce people will consume what they produce. It is not about quality. I know it is never really about quality, but I'm saying that if you're going to have a high quality thing like Incredibles, or even if you're going to have a high quality thing like Incredibles, the quality shouldn't dip even if you're making it for a new audience. I never think that a piece of quality should dip. I always believe that at its finest, at its best, that's why I'm so happy that How to Train Your Dragon, for instance, 3 is still good, even though it's under a different reign of DreamWorks. It's still high quality. The Dragons TV shows have a slight dip in quality, but their stories are executed still very well. For instance, something like Legend of Korra, as a story, was not as good as the original Avatar. But what I can appreciate is that the animation, they stepped it up. They didn't just sit there and cheapen the product. They actually invested even more because that's the succeeding thing. That's the next thing. What's our next project? Oh, it's still something in the world? Well, why would we make something cheaper? Why would we make something that looks lazier? Why would we make something that's produced for half the cost? That consumerism mindset has been all over the place, and that's not a problem because that's the world we're in. So depressingly, that's the world we're in. That's why we have Velma, by the way. But, you're not going to get out of it. None of us are going to get out of it. But I will always stand on, if I'm going to show a kid something, I would show them Prince of Egypt. If I'm going to show a kid something, I'm going to show them, Sinbad or Atlantis or Spirit. Because, or I'm trying to, Toy Story, like I said, Incredibles, Monsters, Inc., Soul. Inside Out, How to Train Your Dragon 1 through 3. I'm going to show them the best things. I'm not going to show them. I don't even want to give them garbage, because it's garbage. Or if it's not garbage, it is lesser than. And that's all. My mindset is just like that. I'm in the minority, but I know you are. By the way, you are in the right, because that's what every studio executive, that's what every boardroom person, that's what everyone in these places wants to do. Let's broaden the appeal of these things. Let's broaden the appeal of this IP. What do? Let's make an animated series. What's the budget? 10% of what we paid for this show. We are not going to go higher than that. Fuck them. Why would we do that? Why would we give them something that's on par with that? No. And should we make this a story that's approachable? Yes, of course. We need to make it about something kids connect with, and now things, and that's it. So that's all I'm saying.
Yeah. I'm just gonna. I completely understand your point. The only thing I was gonna say, like for me with the lower quality can be lower quality. They're just like if they made Incredibles 2, like sure they can be like it can be like cheaper. It can be like cheaper stories, like lower stakes plots, and like nothing as good as a movie. But when it comes to, if you're going back into the same medium, so if they made like an incredible show and it was like a little bit like like lesser, very much lesser than the movie, but that exists. But at the same time, they were to make another movie, that whereas my expectations were, it's like that needs to be of the same quality,
yes,
as like the other thing. So if you're continuing back to the same medium, sure, but like you can extend those mediums into different things on screen, or to different things in general, and I wouldn't mind those, because I view those as different things. Because like same thing with the because I'm just gonna get off this example, but Lion King, Lion King was a big epic. Timon and Pumbaa, like fun, lackluster, low stakes, lackluster, from the original series. It doesn't need to exist, but I'm glad it does. It's a fun show. But come to Lion King 2, I expect as good or better than the Lion King 1. Still a good movie, but doesn't deliver on that. But it should have been.
I think it came damn close.
Yeah, it came close.
And also, they cut the budget. That's the thing. The budget is not as high. Yeah, it's direct to video.
But that's the thing. It's like if you're gonna come back to Lion King,
it should be at that level. Yeah,
it should be absolutely at that level. So it's that same. I think if IPs are gonna be if they start off big, they should only be big if they're going back to the same medium.
So just if you're like you said, in the cinematic level, keep it at that level. If you're gonna do a spin-off thing at a TV level or a games level or a whatever level,
you can do whatever the fuck you want.
Put it at whatever level. I will say Lilo and Stitch is a perfect example of that. You have all of these things and all these different types of things. You have a manga, you have tons of video games, you have tons of TV shows, you have tons of comics, you have tons of little storybooks for kids. You know what I mean? Like that is a perfect example of that. But again, my dream scenario is.
Oh yeah, I get you. Yeah.
But you do make a good point. Like there is a point where you can't keep doing that. Like for instance, I do like the fact that Last of Us moved into TV, and it was as good as the games. At times, better than the games.
Yes. Yeah.
But that is a good job. That is what should happen.
It didn't have to. No, probably. Yeah, it did. Never mind.
You're saying it didn't have to be better than the games?
No, for Last. Forget what I just said. It kind of did.
It didn't have to better than the better than the first.
Not better, but at least on par. It should be an epic. I was about to bring a bad example. Forget what I just said with the Last of Us.
You're about to bring
Sonic, if different mediums, some other different mediums that are lower stakes, especially lower stakes IPs that are more colorful and stuff. Yeah. It's they don't have to be on the level.
Right.
But it just if when they enter back into the same exact medium, it needs to be as good as what was before.
If Rango had a TV show, I think that would have been my sacrifice, where I would prefer to see Rango in anything, even if it was a Saturday morning cartoon. and Rango I put at the level of Incredibles. So I will sacrifice my point. Again, my point is not identical.
I gotta
but I'm saying like Rango is one of those where it's literally one of the best movies of all time.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, that's a list of future
things for the future. Yeah,
like that shit. That we gotta get down there. That's the shit I gotta rewatch.
Right, but even though it's one of the best movies of all time, and I would still want, and that's the thing, I still want something on that level of animation quality and storytelling. I don't want Rango to be. Rango is such a great thing. I don't want it to fall in quality, but if it was let's say a video game and it. I guess, no, I'm not sacrificing my point because I still want it to be as good as possible. Like, that's the thing with Rango. I don't want it to be some shitty, generic Saturday morning fucking Wild Wild West bullshit. I want it to be fucking Rango at its peak, fucking awesome, extending the characters, going on and on. And I know this is going on and on itself.
How long have we been going for?
3 hours, 53 minutes.
Jesus! It's the longest one yet!
So, Mark, you know what this means? Cartoon Chat is made for us. Because we haven't talked that long about anything specific in a long, long time.
Well, this is like one of your favorite movies of all time. One of your favorite animated...
Is it not one of your favorite animated movies of all time?
It's on definitely. I told you, I like finding...
I know you like it more, but I'm saying you had it at 2. Isn't it not your favorite?
Yes. Well, it's,
right.
It's one of my favorite Pixar movies of all time.
You sound kind of disappointed in Incredibles.
I mean, if it was a TV show...
Ladies and gentlemen...
Alright, but last thing,
right.
It's quick. It's quick, because I have to show this off. Fuck.
Oh, man.
Alright, shit.
What do we got here?
Alright, so this is... I love this DVD. Amongst a lot of special features. This is the one I come back to, and this is just...
you talking about... You doing Bound in here?
No, fucking... You want, just to talk about Bound?
Bound in is so simple.
It's so simple. It's an okay short.
Yeah.
I probably would expect something... I like all the other shorts from the other Pixar movies a bit better. Up to this point of Pixar shorts, I think this is like the weakest for one of the best.
This to me is on the level of Back in the Barnyard. This show, like in terms of its quality, that's where I'm putting that.
Bound is not that great, but no. it's an alright short. It's still better than Lava.
I know it was like just whatever we're gonna do. I'm not gonna sit on Lava.
Lava sucked, man. I still want the lava!
That was so weird. What do you got?
But anyway, I love this fucking, this Easter egg. So, because I don't think we're gonna get copyrighted for this, because it's like a hidden thing and it doesn't really use any copyrighted music.
Yeah.
But on the DVD, it's one of the Easter eggs, so you have to look out for it. Every time the menu goes up, there's a little syndrome bot there, and you have to click on it. And so we're just waiting for it. It's about to pop up. There it is, right there.
Is that a potato?
Yeah, I think so. Bum bum. That should have not have been an Easter egg.
Dude, there are probably thousands of people that have this DVD that have no idea that exists. Because this is my family DVD from 20 years ago. 19 years ago. And none of us had any idea that this was in there.
The Finding Nemo DVD trained me to, if it's a Pixar DVD, look for Easter eggs on the menus. And I found this Easter egg. I was like, how's that little thing? There it is.
By the way, this is the type of shit that, all those stupid fucking... This is the problem with YouTube Shorts, by the way. You have all these fucking did you know people that do a lot of stupid shit? Where they just go, did you know that Dash can run fast? In Incredibles, the first movie that came out in 2004, Dash runs really fast. For more facts, it's this is a fact. That's a fucking Easter egg.
Did you know the Incredibles were voiced by people?
These people shot their lines in a booth. Subscribe for more. Fucking Christ, I'm so tired.
I think that was fucking Federator's 100 fact shit that was so fucking dumb.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, but this is
go ahead and.
One of those little interstitial things you're talking about.
Yeah, and I'm the dad.
I think this was played before Disney Channel shit. that was nice.
On Disney Channel. Yeah.
I just love these freaking Easter eggs.
That was good.
Yeah, I just realized the volume down for it. Doesn't matter. But like, pretty much
is it back up? No, for that.
For that.
Okay.
But like pretty much like Dash runs around and is like, I'm the Dash, and like Mr. Incredible grabs him. Well, I'm the dad. Turn the TV on.
It's good.
But like the TV has a great features. Like there's like you're talking about YouTube videos. Like the voice of Violet has her own like video essay on here. Have you ever went to that?
No.
I'm not gonna play the whole thing. I'm just going to like show off. Here it is.
Oh my God! What?
Have you explored this DVD that much, dude?
It was mostly the DVD, mostly the deleted scenes.
Oh yeah, I just realized it's. Oh yeah, the audience can actually still hear it.
And I am a superhero.
It's not going to
I think that's obvious.
But like,
this is my super heroic lair behind me.
Yeah, it's just all about her and her interests and like how she was.
Heroic map of the United
She talks about like
autumnal wind patterns. My
her interest in like the
present. You can pause it now, so you can.
Yeah. The Lincoln assassination. The super.
Oh, fuck it. But like
Xbox One.
I had to press B the whole time. I couldn't pause it. But like this whole like 8 minute like video documentary essay just talks about how like she just talks about herself and how they found her, like how they found her. The Incredibles people found her because like they found she was on the radio with her doing a radio
like
with her father, and they heard her voice.
How young was she? Like a student radio host, or was she like just doing stuff with her dad on the radio?
Yeah,
that's cool.
And like they've heard her voice, and they like want her to be like, I guess somebody working on Incredibles, like probably bad Bruce.
You have a perfect voice for this. We want you in it.
Yeah.
And yes, her voice is again. That's one thing we didn't mention. All of the voice acting in The Incredibles is fucking fantastic. Again, they sold it.
Heroic photograph.
I'm gonna mute it. Go ahead.
They sold it in the. Again, my preference to go to in terms of the scene that sells it the most is the airplane in danger, because everyone's giving it their all to sell the emotion in that scene. But there are billions of moments in that original movie that all the voice actors are giving it their all, and it matters, and they put all their effort into it, and they have so much personality, and you can feel the voices, and you can feel you can feel the characters through the voices. And they're so expressive, and it's really executed very well. And Violet is one of those characters. Even though she is she's more than a tropey teenager, and I think the voice is a plot adds to the fact that she's not just a tropey teenager.
Oh yeah, I when it comes to these DVDs and these movies, I just completely violate these freaking DVDs. I go through everything. I make sure I find everything. Because the Pixar DVDs are always packed.
Cool.
And sometimes they're better packed than like Disney's own special editions. Because
they always used to be we are the best, we do everything.
There's so much care in their special features. Like I was explaining earlier, like the Bugs Life DVD, they have like separate versions of the movie where it's like it's the movie like audio options. Like it's like you can play the commentary obviously.
Right.
Then there's just the music, and then there's a version of the audio where it's just the sounds. And
just the sounds?
Just the sound effects.
Jesus.
Just the fully.
A+.
Like Pixar puts a fuck ton into their fucking DVDs.
Past tense.
Huh?
Past tense.
Did. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. But like
I would love this on Soul specifically.
Oh my god, yes.
I need to see what the fucking DVD has for Soul, because Soul, again, probably the best thing they've made in several years.
Yes, but like we should stop here because this is going to be a long render. It's not just only a long podcast. It's going to be one hell of a render.
And I'm going to have to fucking do a conversion on my device, unless you want to do a conversion here, but that's going to take time. So I'll just do it at the house. It takes about an hour for a 2.5 hour one.
Oh, it does take time to do a conversion.
So what I'm gonna so it's probably gonna take about 2 hours to do a conversion at the house at my place. So
yeah, you can just.
I have no problem. We're gonna just do it tomorrow, and then again, I still have to get the Mission Impossible one off this.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So I'm gonna be working on Mission Impossible as well. So I might just let the Mission Impossible run. Anyway, guys, go ahead and switch it back over to me and my cam. Not me, but the three-way. Switch it back.
We're still on three-way.
Oh, we are.
We've always been on three. I had to, just in case any copyright visual shit goes through, which I don't think these special features are under like the YouTube bot But like,
anyway,
well, at least the ones that are not on Disney Plus. I think the special features that are not on Disney Plus are through that YouTube.
Yes. So
we're still safe.
We're still safe. Thank you guys. Returning episode, Cartoon Chat. Of course, this is a
you get a grand episode for our like reboot return.
Absolutely, that's the thing. By the way, I'm going to definitely YouTube chunk the part where we were talking about like quality in next things or whatever.
Yeah, that turns into like a whole thing on its own. So
yes,
that's interesting.
Absolutely, that might be like a 0.5. Or I might I'm not going to separate it necessarily from the whole episode, but I'm going to call it a 0.5 and just drop it.
It's long as shit, dude.
It is.
So it's a grand return.
Absolutely.
Like,
and by the way,
expect this for like probably like when we start like doing more good movies, we're probably just going to go on for this long. That's how we are for good movies.
Yeah. So the plan for this is once a month, but if we start seeing that this is what brings traffic. I mean, what are we to do but to start doing this a little, if we can, like more than just once a month? Like if it's like we don't do ScreenBlast as much, but we do more Cartoon Chat, I still want to do the other ones, but but the goal here is find what's working and kick it into gear.
Well, I'll talk about more off mic.
Yes, indeed. But guys,
yes,
not you, guys. Thank you.
Me? Jeez, that's fun.
Thank you for watching.
Fun you are.
As always, guys, find us, of course, on any podcast service. This is going to be on ScreenBlast. Again, if you've watched all the way, that's fucking insane. You've watched a 4-hour-long video. The only 4-hour-long video I've made is a 3-parter of Kids WB, which you can find on my channel at themocracy.com or at Themocracy, ATHEMOCRACY on YouTube. Find Mark right across from me at
K9biscuits.com. That's K9BISKUTS.
Yes, indeed.
And you can find us at ScreenBlast.com, which I had to change the URL because for some reason does Anchor still exist?
Yeah. What do you mean? I've been using Anchor the whole time. What are you talking about?
I've
been using it literally tonight.
I had to redirect it because when I go to ScreenBlast.com, it just went to like 404 error on Spotify.
Did you do it as our user account, or did you do it as the actual like podcast feed website? Because Anchor, I think now is just specifically for like making content instead of it being a platform that you.
I guess it's not anymore. It used to be where you can find people.
So at this point, it probably will link up to the Spotify link.
That's what it is now. It's through because I pressed share on Spotify and I made that URL link.
Because you freaks love Spotify. I don't get over it. All right, I understand Spotify was big 10 years ago. My sister. Short tangent. My sister fucking thinks Spotify like a couple years ago. She thought it was like hot shit. I'm like, dude, this should have been around. In fact, it's kind of like bland now. You guys really just jumped on this shit like it was a revolution. Like, get the fuck over it. Download your fucking shit. I'm not saying pirate, but if you were to, I mean, so
pirate.
So, again, just not our content, of course. But, ScreenBlast podcast, guys, of course, again, we do the streaming. Shut the fuck up.
Until we make money off it.
Oh my god. So, of course, movies through ScreenBlast when the episodes drop. ScreenBlast is for TV shows and things that are produced through streaming. And also, then you have classic content, usually is going to be through Cartoon Chat if it's animated. Video game content on Blasting Turbo Ports. And that's our lineup. So, guys, as always, thanks for watching. I hope that you stuck around. But if not, then I'm talking.
Here. Logging out, everybody. Can I press stop recording now?
Please.
Logging out, everybody.